your legislators are. Oh, this is wonderful. This is exactly what we want, because I'm going to start with the most important point that I want you to remember. As we have these recommendations come forward and as bills, and we'll talk about how they get to legislative council, you are the key. Sitting in committees, hearing from you is the most important thing. I put way more weight on than anything else that I hear. It's in these hearings. It's going to be in the education committee. Now, that's the way it is in the committees that I serve on, finance and tax and transportation. And I'm sure it's the way it is in the education committee. So let's just talk real quickly. Those recommendations that are coming forward, of course, we need to eventually get them to legislative council. Legislative council, of course, is the nonpartisan staff of attorneys and researchers that actually draft bills. They draft them for legislators, they draft them for boards and commissions. So LC, Legislative Council, is extremely important. We need to get to that point, and we will find out, again, what those are after hopefully these next meetings or somewhat today. Then I would ask you to really pay close attention. This is an election year, so it's more complex. First thing, we will not have Governor Burgum. He will be making his recommendations in December, but we will have a new governor. And so we have our challenge there. So I'm starting at the top. But I look at the committee structures from the 68th legislative session. And of course, I'm going to start with the Senate because it's easier for me to talk about it. And then we'll talk about a representative who sits on appropriations on the education side, who is with us this morning. But we'll talk about the Senate first. First, the Senate Education Committee, if we look at the 7 committee members that were there, the chair and the vice chair are not running. So we lose the chair and the vice chair automatically. So we look at and that's Senator Elkin, Senator Rust. So those 2 are not going to be there. 3 of the 5 remaining are up for election. All 3 of them are challenged. So it's going to be difficult. We're going to have education that we're going to have to provide. I'm hoping they get reelected, but we won't know that. Maybe after June 11th, we'll know a little bit more. But certainly from the Senate side, we're going to be in trouble with the Education Committee there because Senator Axman, if I were to guess, and Senator Baird are the only 2 that are not up for election. And I'm guessing based on who's going to be elected the leader of the Senate, that Senator Axman might be our chair. I'm guessing, and that's just my opinion. Don't go any further with that, but that's what I would be thinking. There's 5 members in appropriations that deal with education. 2 are not running, Senator Roars and Senator Kresbeck. So Fargo-Minot senators are not running. So we're down to those 3. Senator Meyer is up for re-election. He is also up against somebody. So we were left with Senator Sorvag and Senator Scheibele out of Mott. He was the chair of education. He will be a key individual for us. I have had a few conversations with Senator Scheibele, just talking about some ideas and things like that. We need to make sure those of you who have relationships, this is where it comes into play, is those relationships. So that's kind of the Senate structure. We look at the House side of thing. The House Education Committee has 14 members. 1 resigned, so they replaced him already. 5 are up for re-election, and that includes the chair, Heinert out of Bismarck here, Hauk out of Hebron, Senator Representative Hauk, Longmire, Marshall, and Timmons. So those are your representatives that are up for re-election. The rest of them are in the committee at this point in time, but again, they may be reassigned. You just don't know until you see what the House leadership is going to do. And then appropriations. There is a chair by the name of Representative Nathy out of Bismarck here. He's up for re-election and definitely challenged, as you probably see in the primary. But we have the vice chair with us. Representative Swantek is the vice of appropriations and education. It's very important that we have him on this committee. And, I think he'll be sponsoring a lot of bills, I would guess, is what I would be. We'll see. We'll put some pressure on him, actually, if you want. So, but 3 again of the 7 are up for election. So that is the structures that we're going to be dealing with. I'm assuming all these bills are coming through the education committees in both the House and the Senate. Of course, the process is really fun. I call it fun. Because of course you go through the introduction of the bill and then it's assigned to a committee and then you go to a hearing. Of course, they can do amendments in those hearings, which are really difficult because then they have to go back to the floor for approval of the amendment. Then it comes back to the committee. The committee has to, so the process is you have to follow it. Once we introduce a bill and it's one of our bills that's coming out of this task force, we're really going to have to watch. And we really need, again, all of you there because it'll send a message to the education committees. We want those bills coming out of the education committee with a do pass recommendation. They can come out with a do pass, a do not pass, or no recommendation at all. So, and I hate the no recommendation at all. Our committee was 6 individuals on finance and tax, and we had 4, I believe, bills come out with no recommendation because the vote is 3-3. Now, when it comes to the floor, we really don't know all the details that we need to know. If it comes out with a 6-0, it's really good. We know exactly what we're doing. But 3-3s are no fun at all. So I don't like where we come out with no recommendation. That's why I like odd numbers when it comes to assignments, when they assign legislators to committees. So again, your testimony is going to be so important. That's who I'm going to be calling on. I hope you're there supporting these recommendations. And I certainly, this session starts on January 7th, 2025. It's the first Tuesday after the 3rd day. That's how it starts. So we have to be ready by January 7th, 2025. And hopefully we have draft bills by then based on these recommendations. So any questions for me? I did it in less time than you want me to, because you don't want to listen to a legislator. I know that. Is there any questions, or Representative Swantek, if you had anything, any defense that you want to put in place, or?
Thank you, Senator Rummel. I think you covered it really well. In detail, the key thing is that we have 80 legislative days, and every single bill that's introduced has to have a hearing, has to be voted on by the committee, and also has to be voted on by the full House or Senate. And, that can be 400 and some bills that you're going through and voting on. And so that's really a critical part. But the Senator Rummel covered it very well with all of your participation in this. That's really going to be critical to the success of it. And also getting co-sponsors on the bills as well, so that we have individuals that are in the Education Committee or Appropriations or whatever that, we have some allies and advocates that can be there to help us too. So that's all I have to say.
I did stop up at Legislative Council this morning, spend some time with them because I wanted to know how many bills they are already processing. The rumor that I have, not officially, the rumor that we have is that there's quite a few more bills already at this stage in time than there was 2 years ago. So I'm real concerned about, I think we were at 960 bills last session. It's very likely from the rumor mill that we're going to be well over 1,000 bills. And that to me is scary. Of course, the gorilla in the room is the initiated measure on property tax. I think everything that we're all working on right now all goes away if that initiated measure gets on the ballot for the general election in November and passes. Because there is no way financially that we'll be able to do anything but try and figure out how to pay for $2.5 billion worth of property taxes. So that is the big issue in the room that we need to keep in the back of our mind as we go forward here. Other than that, if there's no further questions or anything, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Excellent question. And of course, we are the most open legislative session people in the entire country. So what you do is encourage them to submit their testimony online. You can do that electronically right to the committee. I read all of those as long as there isn't 400 of them all the same. So generally, so I would recommend that they do that. We used to allow testimony during COVID where you didn't have to be present, where you could actually call in and you could do it online. I know they're restricting some of that, and I don't know what legislative management is going to do, if they're going to change any rules there or not. That's up to them. I'm sure we'll hear about it soon, sooner than later. But I would strongly recommend that they submit testimony. It's very easy to do. The instructions are right online with the legislative website. It'll show you step by step how to do it, and it is effective. It is very effective. So encourage them to do that. But in person is always wonderful if they can. And I know it's easier for Bismarck teachers to do that, and teachers that are close to the Capitol here, but when it comes to that, but we truly understand your priority is educating our children. I don't know if there's any other ideas that would have.
We, on the House E&E committee, and I think the others, we've allowed online testimony. So if you know the date, the hearing, and that
So she's a prolific writer and researcher. We're grateful for her joining us today in this important conversation. Dr. Rosa, welcome. I will pass the floor to you. I think you're on.
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I didn't hear any of the lead in, just that last second here. So I don't know if the two-way sound is working or not. But I do
now.
I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect.
But I do need to be granted the super top secret double permission to share my screen if whoever's managing the Zoom can
We are
give me.
on it.
Okay.
We love a good Zoom.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
It's a big decision whether you do it. Okay. All right, great. All right. So we're talking about compensation, just generally the workforce gaps in labor markets and all that kind of thing. So I, of course, what we do at Edunomics is we go look up some numbers and bring them with us. And I did that. And so I'm going to move pretty quickly through a few things, knowing that you can certainly have my slides, and we have a little time for a discussion after. So first of all, we're at this fascinating inflection point right now, where we spent the last 2 or 3 years focusing on attracting and retaining staff in labor shortage, labor scarcity, and inflation. That was really hard for the system. We were trying to diversify the workforce with new hires, meeting student needs with new staff, and a 180-degree flip. We are now moving more toward using data to monitor changing labor market, pivoting away from one-size-fits-all salary policies to targeted raises, to address narrower shortages, retaining our top performers, reducing reliance on new FTEs. And part of what just happened here, and I'm not sure everybody has fully taken stock of it yet, because every single day I open my computer and read the news, and it's covering last year's shortages, which are no longer valid. What we're seeing across the country now are really predominantly layoffs. If not layoffs, then we're seeing districts hope that attrition will shrink their workforce. So there is a lot less hiring happening right now. This week, Akron is eliminating 285 jobs. Salem, that's the capital of Oregon, issues 377 layoff notices. Milwaukee is just exiting 300 positions. And so what we're wondering now is whether states and districts are nimble enough to respond to what are now very rapidly changing conditions. So here's North Dakota. And I will point out that North Dakota, I'm going to show you the whole US average in a minute, but North Dakota has seen some rapid enrollment increases over the last decade, and that makes it different than a lot of other states. And you can see there's been a corresponding increase in hiring, and that hiring has been most stressed right here in the kind of post-pandemic world, where enrollment kept continuing, but it was harder for North Dakota to hold on to, or at least keep up its hiring of employees. But roughly speaking, they've tracked, and roughly speaking, North Dakota has had a multi-year run of trying to increase its workforce here. And that's been really hard because the rest of the country was doing hiring too. So if you look at the rest of the country, but North Dakota was competing with rapid hiring elsewhere in the country, but in the rest of the country, it was mostly prompted by ESSER, the federal relief funds. So you see all this money getting dumped into the system, and a big, huge hiring that continued again into 23, 24. Rapid hiring nationwide made it more difficult to fill open positions anywhere. But those federal relief funds, which have so far prompted the hiring of about 300,000 new educators, even as in the rest of the country, enrollment fell. Those are not sustainable. And so what we're expecting now is that with federal relief funds ending, many districts are already starting to shed positions. They're either doing it through layoffs or they're doing it through attrition. But suddenly the labor market is very different than it has been. It's changing quickly. There are many more the open positions, have evaporated, and there are a whole new crop of newly certified teachers that are going to struggle actually to find a job. So the conditions are changing pretty quickly. And so the question is whether or not those changing national conditions are also affecting North Dakota. And I'm not sure if the committee has already covered these data. How many teaching positions are currently posted for hire in North Dakota schools? And this is actually a really important time right now, because teachers have already given their notice if they're leaving. And so the school district knows if they need to replace somebody. And if they haven't replaced them yet, this is the hiring window. So this is when we would see those openings for next school year, generally speaking, because generally teachers have already had to say whether they're coming back or not. And I don't know if folks have guessed on these numbers or not, or if this number will be a surprise to you, but right now in North Dakota, there are 247 open positions. And I'll point out that in a typical year, the average district replaces somewhere, usually around 8% of its teachers. Sometimes it's as low as 6%, but that's what attrition, either through retirements or people leaving the field or moving to other districts, means for an average district. And so right now, that 247 positions amounts to 2.6% of North Dakota's teacher workforce. So even in North Dakota, it appears that educator labor market dynamics are easing quickly. So we're seeing a rapid change from what people legitimately experienced in terms of shortages of labor over the last several years. There's some good news here. First of all, teachers hired during labor shortage the last couple of years tend to be less effective. That's not the good news, but the opposite is the good news, that in the next couple of years, any teachers hired when there's less competition for labor tend to be more effective. And that's because districts can be choosier. So as we're looking forward, we would want districts to really be thoughtful about who they're hiring and be careful about that. And maybe even look back at some of the hires in the last couple of years and see, is this a good fit for us? Do we want to keep this teacher or not? So looking ahead, though, if states and districts are trying to get more for the total all-in compensation dollar, step number one is to assemble data on turnover and openings by subject and school type. And we're going to go over some of that data here. And that is just so critical, because right now, especially if you don't have data, you're relying on what's the national narrative in the news, and it's out of date. Right now, what people are generally saying here, there, and everywhere relies on data from 22 or 23, and that's not the labor market moment that we're in right now. So if you are not using up-to-date real data on what's going on in your location, you're likely going to get the remedy wrong. And then I would say resist disproportionately larger raises for experience and master's degrees. We'll talk about that in a minute, but where necessary, if you need to do an across-the-board raise, you're better off doing a fixed dollar raise, like a $2,000 per teacher versus a percentage raise. I'll go over this in a minute. And the next biggie is to target pay changes to address the gaps that do exist. And you can use experience credits to do that, because people are not ready to give up their traditional salary schedule. The system, it has just too much inertia in the system. But what you can do is work with that salary schedule to, and I know some districts in North Dakota are doing this, that you can make sure that that a special ed teacher, for instance, comes in with 3 or 4 or 5 years extra experience than they actually have, and that allows them to increase their pay in that way. So a couple things, and curious what the group thinks right now are the biggest shortages of these types of teachers: arts, English language arts or social studies, ELL or bilingual education, foreign language, math, science, technology, PE, special ed, voc ed. And if you guessed math, science, and technology and special ed, ding, 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 you win. That is the positions that are open right now that are labeled for the type of position. And they are really a lot higher openings. And I know people know this because I know some of the districts are already, they're already working toward trying to create hiring incentives for, say, teachers like special ed. We've seen that in some of the labor contracts. Targeted pay raises can take the form of a dollar bonus. So if you work here, you get an extra, $3,000 or $5,000 on the pay scale if you teach in special ed or something, or credits for experience degree. So if you're going to use a traditional schedule, you could say if you come in as a special ed or a science teacher, you automatically get 5 years more experience than you actually have. And so you can read the schedule differently that way. And just as a refresher, and I'm sure you're all pretty familiar with this, this is what a traditional salary looks like, schedule. Teachers start off on the early end, maybe making, in the case of Fargo, $47,000 a year, and these steps are years of experience, and across the top are credits and degrees that the teacher has earned, to the point where the highest paid teachers are making about double that. And so what we're what we're talking about when we say add steps or degrees is just saying that if you're a special ed teacher, instead of starting out at this step, you could start off at the 51, or we'll give you credit for a master's degree, which moves you over to the right. So, and when I was mentioning before, so teaching is really unlike a lot of other professions in that you can do the identical same job and get paid double for that. The job might be exactly the same, but you're paid double. And what we find generally in this field is that this sort of extreme pay variation, it doesn't feel extreme, but it generally, in most other fields, as you earn a pay raise, you take on more responsibilities. So what we don't want to do is make this pay gap any wider. So here again, instead of applying like a 2% pay raise across the board, where that would give an extra $1,900 to the senior teacher and only $940 to the newbie, then what you would do instead is to say, well, we could just maybe split the difference and apply a $1,400 raise to all positions. And that doesn't at least widen that gap. And there's good reason for that, because if we're doing these percentage raises and we're driving up the salaries on the corner over here of the salary scale, what we're doing is really putting our money against experience and degrees. And by the way, those are not, they're very embedded in our system, but they're not good predictors of quality. So this is some data from Dan Goldhaber. He shows the difference between first, second, and third year teachers and their effectiveness. And really, you could use just about any other predictor besides experience, and it would be a better predictor of teacher effectiveness. If you wanted to assume that a third year teacher is better than a first year teacher, you would be wrong like 48% or something of the time. So you're paying more for teachers who are not actually better when you're doing that. Similarly with degrees, I work at a university, so this pains me to say this, holding an advanced degree over the bachelor's degree shows us really no difference in effectiveness for teachers on that. And again, where is our turnover? The teacher turnover tends to be among the teachers in their earliest years, first to 4 years of experience there. And that means like giving a larger raise to our senior teachers isn't going to do much for our teacher turnover anyway, because they're not getting much of that money. I mentioned too the high need schools, and this is a pretty easy data thing to pull. This is from Delaware, though I didn't have it handy in a local way, but you can see here again, salaries tend to be lowest in the poorest quartile of schools. That's because that's where there's the most turnover and the most junior teachers. So some states now are targeting pay subsidies for teachers in their higher poverty schools. Notice it's not districts, because they end up drawing them to the most wealthy school, and it's all relative in a district. So these are really for schools that are maybe over 90% poverty. And that's another strategy here. Okay, use one-time bonuses when the forecast doesn't warrant recurring recurring commitments. So if you don't know that you have money to pay for a raise for the next 4 years or 3 years, you might say this is a one-time one. States like North Carolina are making some of these one-time bonuses non-pensionable, so they don't pay out the pension on that forever, but that it works to affect the labor force commitments. And then the next one, I think, of maybe great interest to this group is, where viable, seek lower cost benefits plans and use the savings to raise pay, because time and time again, study after study shows that employees prefer an incremental dollar in pay over any sort of dollar spent on any sort of benefits. They rather pick their own benefits and do that. They want health benefits. They want dental benefits. They don't mind paying some for them. They don't mind if they're the most generous benefits. They would still rather have the cash. So normally when I'm teaching a class, I'll ask this one to attract, for those of you in person, feel free to play along with your thumbs. To attract and retain employees, a district is weighing whether to offer free child care to its employees. Another is considering offering pet insurance. And you might think I'm kidding, but pet insurance is like becoming a thing, I guess. Pet insurance as a new benefit. And here we would say, well, if your goal is attracting and retaining employees, this would be a thumbs down. Because again, $1 in pay does more to affect behavior than $1 paid out in any other inducement. So you want to put your money in salary when you can. Okay, how about this one? A school system is short on cash and considers increasing pension commitments as a way to attract and retain employees without costing anything now. So I will admit, I would put this one as a thumbs down, and not the least of which because it's just bad finance policy all around, which is to use commitments later to satisfy staff now. But again, employees would prefer $1 today, even when compared with the promise of much larger pay later, like benefits. They want it now. So you really have much more effectiveness if you can dangle money in front of people today. So the next one I want to quickly touch base on is this idea of tying pay to additional workload, especially for top performers. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this, but in most employees are really not keen on pay for performance. But where they are okay is pay for workload, and top performers are the ones eligible for the additional workload. So I'll give you an example. And this comes out of Rick Hanushek's work at Stanford. He suggests that a smart way to boost outcomes for students is to pay the most effective teachers to take on more kids. And here what he's saying is that, that systems tend to resist this idea in favor of doing exactly what we're already doing, just a bit more of it. And a lot of people will say, well, this is kind of hard. Actually, it is a bit tricky, but we've done it with districts. We at Edunomics Lab, where the district gave out an extra $2,000 per teacher for each additional kid they took in over the class size limit. So where a district might have had a class size limit of 24, you could take 5 more kids, class size of 29, and get an extra $10,000, but only if you were the most effective teacher. And it was up to you whether you wanted to take on the additional kids. And when we did this with the district, we didn't even really measure it. We left it up to the principals. And what we found is that teachers were very amenable to this. They wanted to pay for the additional workload. They wanted to have a say, but they all said yes. And right after the school year started, parents complained, not shockingly, that my class is larger than my peers. And the school had one answer to that, which is, this teacher is a strong one. They're getting paid more for the additional kids in this class, and I can move your child out into another classroom if that's your preference to have smaller class size. So 0 kids opted to move. Parents wanted a more effective teacher in that situation. So we can do things like this where we pay to take on more kids, especially if we're smart about where we place the extra kids, or we invite our more effective teachers to maybe take on more time and tutoring or summer programs or things like that. And then we tie that to some sizable increases in pay that are really end up being concentrated on our most effective teachers. Okay, last one I have is keep the focus on what you need for students. I think sometimes we talk about the workforce like that is the goal. The goal of education is the workforce. And if we don't find a way to translate it back into what we need for students, first of all, the public gets kind of suspicious because the recipient, the target of these public funds isn't teachers. Ultimately, it's students. And so we need to be really clear about that. But we also can see a lot of opportunities for how we target our compensation in a way that solves problems that we have for kids. And here's one where a CFO of a district, this is a district where there's high levels of staff absences, high levels of staff. So the staff are gone a lot. And they wanted to try to address that. So they proposed, this is a New England area, so they have higher salaries generally, but a $3,600 pay increase to be paid out in $100 increments each week that a teacher has no absences. So if a teacher is absent one time, they don't get the $100. If they're absent, 3 different times during the year, they'd still get the $3,300 pay increase. So you wouldn't cost quite this much, but what you're doing is creating an incentive for teachers to share in the savings that districts have when there are fewer absences, in part because, absences cost money in terms of subs, and for students to be more likely to have their teacher present, and to still give teachers the flexibility to take days for whatever reasons they may need to take days, which they do. We know a lot of teachers are gone the day after the Super Bowl. If there was $100 on the line that week, you might see teachers making a different decision. Sometimes a teacher is gone because their own kid is sick. I know that my husband and I, when our kids were little, would look at each other and say, all right, she's got a fever. Which one of us is going to stay home? And we would maybe Rochambeau on it. But if there was $100 in it for one of us to stick around, maybe we might even call grandma to watch the kid. So I think what you're doing is saying you are welcome to take what days you need, but also you have some upside if you're going to make the choice to be present for whatever reason more frequently. So I don't know how people in the room are voting on that one, but I will stop there because I know that was a lot of ideas, and say, if this stuff is of regular of interest to you, I know we've had many people from the state do our certificate in ed finance. We have one at the Gates Foundation in Seattle this September, and 2 days this program, and then one in DC also in September, if that's of interest to you. So I will stop there and see if there are questions.
Yeah, so before we go into the panel, I think there was a lot of information given. So if anyone has questions for Dr. Rosa, yeah.
Dr. Rosa, I do have a question. Every study I've seen supports exactly what you're talking about, in a preference for salary over benefits. But I wonder what your perspective is on the antecedent for that. Why is it that there's a preference to salary? Is it the direct preference to the dollar and that salary amount, or is it related to a lack of understanding to the value of the benefit? I think that when we look at the difference between public and private industry, for example, does a much better job in articulating the value of benefits than we do in the public sector. And I wonder how much of that, in your opinion, is related to just a lack of understanding of what that value, the value of what that benefit actually is. And would that move the bar?
No, I'm going to hard oppose on that one, because in the private sector, the generous benefits really first of all, they're nowhere near as generous as we have in education. So they're finding much lower cost benefit plans, are making employees share in the cost of those benefit plans, et cetera. But they originally arose because of the way the tax situation, that salary was going to get taxed and the benefits were not going to get taxed. And so these kinds of things sort of grew up in the private sector, almost as a response to government action. And I think going forward, if industries could act the way they would want, they would do the thinnest benefits you possibly can and go with larger salary, which is the trend we see when we compare it to the public sector. But I will say that yes, people do want health insurance and they do want dental insurance and things like that. They don't mind paying some money for it. And after that, what they're really looking is, you might say, oh, guess what? I also bought you vision insurance. And somebody might say, I don't need vision insurance. So that was a waste for me. I'd rather have the cash. And somebody else would go, this vision insurance is amazing. I'm so glad you got it for me. And what you did something great for one person and really was inefficient for the other one. So across the board, even if you're thinking like housing or childcare or anything else like that, people overconsume the free benefits and more than their taste would be, where they would make different choices if it was with their own money. So individual agents is a well documented economic policy that individual agents will maximize their preferences if they have the flexibility to do so with their own money. Then
Thank you.
we just, every study confirms that for us.
I have a question. Well, you mentioned effective teachers. What measure do you use to determine the effectiveness of teachers?
That is such a good question, and a sort of controversial one in the field. So that research, as you know, teachers don't really like to be measured as individuals in that way, but based on all the research we have out there, principals are an excellent judge of who the best teachers are. So when I was involved in that practice with the district that I mentioned, the principals essentially were the ones that were saying, we have this many extra kids, who's our best teacher in 4th grade, and using that judgment to do that. Maybe that works in different places, maybe it doesn't, but we need some better measures over time, at least, of who are our stronger, more successful teachers. But I think if you were to substitute data with principal judgment, you would be right in 90% of the time.
And why do you think that?
Data
90%
backs that
seems
up.
kind-
Yeah, no, the
It seems kind of
data,
arbitrary.
it seems arbitrary, but the data sort of support that. When there are a lot of studies, I was not involved in the research, but worked at the Gates Foundation when the Gates Foundation did like a 3 to 4 year span of research on teacher effectiveness. And they used all these different proxies and compared the different proxies to how effective the teachers were. Like, was a student survey a good proxy? It is until it isn't, because student surveys, if you overuse them, then students understand the survey and then it doesn't become a great proxy after a while. But it's initially a really good proxy in terms of teacher effectiveness. And teacher effectiveness, what we're looking at is, to what extent can teachers increase the learning gains for kids, of all different levels. But it turns out that principals' estimations are pretty good proxies too.
Okay, and then I have another question about benefits. Public employees in general and teachers are included in that, are paid behind almost everywhere, paid behind what they can earn in the private sector, given the same amount of education and experience. Isn't there a role then for benefits to help make up that difference?
Well, technically, if that is your thesis, the role is for pay to make up that difference, because we've been using benefits to make up that difference, and teachers would rather have the pay. So why we're saying, oh, but you could take a smaller pay because I'm going to give you these benefits instead. And it's almost like, as an employer, we're not being smart with our money, because pay works better as that measure. And the other thing I would say is, there's also some great research out here that some teachers are underpaid compared to what they could earn elsewhere, and some are overpaid compared to what they could earn elsewhere. So if you're a ceramics teacher, your job market opportunities are much thinner than if you're a physics teacher, and we often pay the two the same. So what we end up with is a ceramics teacher that sticks around for a really long time and gets to the top of the pay scale, which makes them technically overpaid for their skills, even compared to the rest of the workforce. And the physics teacher leaves right away because they have other labor market opportunities that are a better option for them. So I still think we definitely don't want to put teachers all in one pool and say one size fits all. If we have a teacher that is 23 years old and teaching a class of 25 kids, and across the hall is a teacher who is 55 years old, at the top end of the, making the most from the salary scale, and has the exact same identical job, then for the job, one is sort of overpaid and one is underpaid. And we do have to think about those things too. But I definitely don't think the smart way to go is to say, don't worry, you won't get very good pay, but we'll give you really good benefits, because you could spend 5 minutes with a group of 24-year-olds out there and they'd be like, sorry, I'm going to take the job across the street where they'll give me pay today.
I'm sure that's true when they're younger, but I've seen research that shows as you get, and in fact, had a conversation this morning about this, as you get a little closer to retirement, you kind of want a secure, not an ostentatious retirement, but a secure retirement. And if you're invested, let's say, in 401k. I mean, that could be wiped out overnight. We saw that happen in 2008, 2009. Where people were thinking of retiring and then all of a sudden overnight they couldn't because they lost the value of their 401k. I would caution, doing away with any sort of defined benefit plan for teachers.
I hear you, and I will say that I don't expect the world of teaching to flip overnight to kind of a 401k model. And I will also say that teachers aren't exactly the type that are excited about risk. They don't go join startups probably for a reason. But if your goal is to attract and retain teachers, it's a preference that reflects the senior teachers in the room, not the new teachers where you're trying to hire from and trying to retain. And that's why you see really high turnover among junior teachers, because they're going to move over and take a job somewhere else where they're getting the mix of benefits that fits their appetite. Even if we wag our finger and lecture at them and say, someday when you're as old as I am, you're going to change your mind. So you ought to stick around here for the next 30 years until you're like me. And then I promise that delayed gratification will be worth it to them. And human beings are not super great at that extended 30-year marshmallow test. And so that's why we find not great retention among really junior teachers who can walk across the street, get another job at a higher salary today. So I know that many senior teachers, and even me at the stage of life I am right now, think differently about those money and those incentive mixes than our junior teachers are, but it's the junior teachers we're trying to recruit. So I will just say this, my own child, gets out of college, gets a job, and her employer pays part of her 401k, and she sits around for a couple of weeks, haven't even set up the 401k. She's like throwing away money because they're going to put money into her 401k. Finally, my husband had to, tell her, give me your passcode. I'm signing you up for this right now. But that's the preference differences of people at different parts of their age range that we're trying to recruit for these positions.
Dr. Rosa, that's a great segue into our panel that we'll get to talk about examining the educator compensation package. So we have 3 different panelists that we're going to hear from: Molly, Nick, and Dr. Rosa. And Dr. Leck is going to moderate for us.
Well, thank you all for joining us or joining me in welcoming really an excellent group of experts to help us discuss current strategies for teacher compensation, including those compensation packages and creative benefits. So just briefly, Nick, I'll start with you. If you could just introduce yourself, and then we'll go to Molly. And we've already heard really a great presentation already from Dr. Rosa.
I'm Nick Archuleta, president of North Dakota United. We represent teachers, higher ed faculty, and public employees.
Thank you. And Dr. Rosa, you've already given us a great deal of information, but I wanted to just give you a chance to introduce yourself one more time for our panel.
Sure. I'm Marguerite Rosa, director of the Edunomics Lab at Georgetown University, and we study all things related to money in public education. And I'm not sure if one of the microphones is off, because I was able to hear Nick, and I don't know if Molly, you introduce yourself. I couldn't hear
Hi,
it.
Dr. Rosa.
Okay, good.
I did, and the microphone wasn't working, but magic has happened, and
Awesome.
I'm officially here now.
Okay.
Just to recap that for you, Molly Harrington, Chief People Officer for the state of North Dakota.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to jump into our questions. Each of our participants will have 4 minutes to try to answer these moderated questions. So Dr. Rosa, as you know, ESSER spending deadlines are approaching in September of this year. You referenced that earlier in your presentation. Given tighter finances moving forward, how can states and school districts stretch our finances to better meet our workforce challenges? Anything you'd like to add or highlight from your presentation earlier?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to really target and focus on solving the workforce problems that we have. I think it was really easy when there was a lot more money flowing to do kind of across the board things, sort of make everybody happy with pay raises, try to match inflation with salary increases, which I will say we didn't fully do. There wasn't even that much money to do that. But looking ahead, we're going to have to be more discerning because dollars are going to be tighter. And we still have a long way to go to get our students back on track after this pandemic. So we're going to have to be really careful about how we target our compensation dollars and make sure when we are using our money, we are solving the problems that we see or the challenges that we have with meeting our kids' needs through the workforce.
Thank you. Molly, what opportunities exist to explore partnerships with state government, local businesses, and organizations to offer additional benefits or supports to educators as part of their compensation packages, such as benefit training, housing assistance, or childcare?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Leck. So I'm not sure if this group is all familiar with a new program, a pilot program that our legislative body put in place this last session called the Working Parent Child Care Relief Fund. That is currently a pilot program. It has some very generous income limitations to it. So it was well designed in that sense. But I think there's more opportunities to help our educators tap into that to assist with funding that child care need, even a simple modification of just qualifying all educators within the state. You could get creative in some pretty basic language there. You'd have to think through the funding part of it from the state side, but that would be an easy mechanism. And so if you're not, is anyone not familiar with that program? You're all good with it. Okay, awesome. So with that, I think that would be some low-hanging fruit that you could broaden the net specifically for educators to lean into. The other thing is at the state of North Dakota, we offer really robust training to our state team members, from technical training to LinkedIn learning licenses at a huge discount per user, to customized leadership development training for all levels of your career, really owning that belief of at every level, you need to be a leader. And so how do we prepare leaders at each phase of their career and scale as that goes up? But there are the limiting factors of us being able to extend that to educators and develop that partnership is really one of our technical system of getting you logins to PeopleSoft or having a platform to cross-share that content that already exists and that the state could readily share. And I know that we have had some school districts approach us about doing that. And so I've offered to do some customized work with them. Again, it's just that system limitation that I think we could navigate through. Some other things to keep in mind are thinking about as you're bringing your teachers in, what's the career pathing that you're showing them? So maybe you're bringing them in as a first grade teacher. That's great. They're excited for that. But what are the opportunities to grow and navigate within your organization? And maybe you're doing some of that in an ad hoc way, but what if there were a systemized or systematic way to help you better articulate that? The other thing that I've had questions on from some different state agencies, and I don't know if this is a question that y'all get in the education space, is, hey, what if our state educators had access to the reduced degree costs that our university system employees have? This is a question that I get from state employees of, hey, we need to upskill some team members in this specific way. Is there an opportunity to tap in to a similar discount package that our university system employees have? And maybe there is. I can't speak for higher ed, but it might be worth a conversation of, is there some special programming or funding that they'd be willing to put in place of course, we'd have to have a funding partnership with the legislative body, specifically targeted at upskilling our educators where that's necessary. And Dr. Rosa, I fully respect your slide too of, not just paying for those degrees and those experiences, but also acknowledging there are gaps, or there will be gaps in our system where we do need to have those different degree requirements met. So those are just a few of the ideas I have. I have more on my list, but I'll save those for a later time. Oh, wait, one thing on housing. Okay. So coming from a small town, we had a limited housing stock. As I'm looking around the room, some of you might be in a similar position, but we had some really fabulous families in town step up and say, you know what, we don't want to let our downtown buildings fall into a state of decay. And so one was turned into the Opera House operating again. One was turned into a coffee shop. There's this whole revitalization happening across the state of North Dakota. And above these beautiful buildings are what used to be apartments, and or what could be apartments again. And so is there a way to create a partnership with some of those forward-thinking individuals in your community to help increase that housing stock or make it more affordable, specifically for educators?
Thank you. Nick, next question is for you. You touched on some of these points earlier in some dialogue with questions, but regarding total compensation benefits, North Dakota United has made a public stance to advocate for childcare assistance and pension security. Tell us more about how these benefits may impact North Dakota teachers and any additional benefits that should be considered as a part of the recommendation process.
Yeah, that was part of our legislative agenda. But we want those things not just for teachers. We want those things for all North Dakotans, right? We know that when people are making a decent salary, and by the way, it's parts of North Dakota is not very inexpensive to live in. So we want to make sure that people across the state are making living wages, have some time, some work-life balance, so that they can spend time with their children before we get them at the schools, and that would be very helpful indeed. But the pension issue, I did touch on that earlier. We saw last session, the legislature has closed a defined benefit plan for public employees, non-public education public employees, that has been around for a very long time. And it's not closed immediately. Everybody in the plan gets to stay in the plan, and that's terrific. But for new hires, beginning January 1 of 2025, that plan won't be an option for them. We do know that we had heard some testimony in that regard that young people don't want a defined benefit plan, except that hers, if I'm not mistaken, also had a defined benefit plan that you could opt into, and 97% of the people didn't. They wanted the defined benefit plan. And those employees that are hiring from between ages 20 and 30, but I think it was something like 98% of them opted into the defined benefit plan because they could see the value in it. So I'm not suggesting that the research is wrong, that yes, people want more money. We want that too, right? But we can do both things. And I think that we shouldn't dismiss it. I think it's something that we should wrap our arms around. When it comes to other things, you mentioned childcare. Yeah, it's a huge issue in North Dakota. There's no doubt about it. And just yesterday, I was reading High Country News, which is from northern Montana. And they specifically talked about this in relationship to a small town called, and Dutton is the name of the town, but it's Dutton Brady Public Schools. And they were having trouble filling positions, as many rural schools in our state did. And they started a daycare. Dutton is in the middle of nowhere. It's about, I don't know if you've ever been to Great Falls, but it's about an hour from there. No, about a half hour from there, an hour from the Canadian border. They have trouble attracting teachers constantly. Because they opened this daycare, they ended up with teachers that drive 64 miles round trip, but they brought their students or their children with them because there was no daycare in Great Falls that could take them. So they filled their positions. They don't have any openings this year. And if we take a look at this as a statistic, there are 79% of the schools in the United States with vacancies had trouble filling them. Half of all Americans live in childcare deserts, and a childcare desert is where there are 3 times more students or children than there are open slots for them in daycare. So I think that there is something to be said for school districts opening daycares. It seems to, at least in this case, and in Browning, Montana, and in Colorado and New Mexico, where they've done this, it has made an impact on their teacher shortage, teacher recruitment.
Thank you. The next question I have is for all members or all panelists. What opportunities exist? So we've been talking about compensation, but Nick started with a work-life balance comment, and that leads right into this question. So what opportunities exist to improve work-life balance for educators, such as flexible scheduling, telecommuting, or enhanced protection for planning time? Dr. Rosa, I will start with you.
So first I want to point out that I want to second the idea that we need childcare for working people. It's ridiculous. I mean, my own employees have little kids. It's a struggle for everybody. And so, but what I'm arguing here is whether that we should spend money from a school district on childcare instead of on pay. And even on something like childcare, which I feel very passionately about, the evidence would say you would go further with your dollar if you can raise people's pay. They will figure out the childcare if you spend the money on the pay. Maybe it means they'll move grandma in with them or something else like that. So, and that if we address childcare, we should do it for our entire workforce. I don't mean educator workforce. I mean for like an entire community's workforce or something like that. So that's what I'm arguing. And I say that just because the data are so clear on that over time. School systems think I can get more value to an employee if I spend the money on something that they want than giving them the cash to spend it on what they want. And we just don't find that to play out other than in small anecdotes. And there are small anecdotes of all of these. But the other issue that has come up a lot right now is whether or not giving teachers Fridays off or something as remote will increase teachers, will increase the number of applicants or retention. And it will. It's just not good for student outcomes. So we're doing something where we get more teachers and then student outcomes fall. And again, we have new data that continues to emerge from that. So I really strongly urge us not to go in a direction to solve a workforce problem at the expense of the outcomes for kids. It's sort of like forgetting what the goal is here. I'd rather go find the teachers who are willing to work all the days and pay them more than give people the Fridays off and then our student outcomes fall, especially coming out of the pandemic when student outcomes have not fully bounced back from where they were, including in North Carolina and North Dakota. So I think that teachers for a while were really frustrated. A lot of people could work remote and their jobs couldn't, at least not initially. But in the number of days worked, teachers are still ranked relatively low compared to most other fields. You have what looks like a 36-week contract with about 2 weeks off, and compare that to accountants and computer science people and other things that have essentially 48 weeks of work. And some people argue that teachers, well, they do work in the summer. It's not fair to really consider that as though they're not working. They're preparing for the next year. But we find that teachers go take other jobs in the summer and accountants and computer scientists don't. So it is the case that there is already some more flexibility, including with spring breaks and winter breaks and things like that in their schedule. And so I am sensing that the teachers are asking for more. I would say right now, I would rather, again, see us raise pay and get teachers in to be there present with kids than to sort of meet these demands of more flexibility, especially as we're looking forward to the workforce, the labor market having a lot more applicants than there are openings. So as long as we have somebody who says, I really want to have more free time and more flexible time, there's now going to be 4 or 5 people right behind them going, pick me, I'll work full time. I'll work on Fridays. I'll do that if I can get a pay raise or those kinds of things. So we maybe what we need to do at this point is realize that some of our most recent hires might not be a great fit for schooling. And the labor market was very thin in the last 2 or 3 years. So we may have hired a bunch of people that are not a great fit for public education, which generally is an in-person job, as are some of our other jobs around the country. I have a daughter in the U.S. Navy. It's another in-person job. She was sort of annoyed that she had to be in person when the whole rest of the world was remote, but that's how it worked for that particular job. So I think I would caution us trying to respond specifically on that one when the downside is so significant for students.
Thank you, Molly. Same question.
So when I think about this, I was actually surprised that remote work was on the list, which maybe I shouldn't be because I hear about remote work all day, every day. But from the teachers in my life and, the sphere that I interact with, those virtual days sound like they're the most painful days for those educators. And that might not be true, but based on the smirks around the room, there may be some truth in that. So if I think about how do we fight to help them create some balance so that we're not burning them out prematurely, I think there are some other tools or techniques that we could use to do that. And perhaps you're already doing a lot of this. But how are the educators in our state leveraging ChatGPT or Copilot to do some of that planning for them? I know that on any given week, I have to prep for a wide variety of facilitated meetings, and I use those tools a lot just to give me a framework. And yeah, I have to go through and polish, but it can give me a lot of those key points and really tailor it to that audience. So I would say from an educator's perspective, how are they leveraging some of those tools to reduce the amount of prep time that they have to pour in? And then as I was thinking about this question, because the Hunt Institute team was kind and gave it to me in advance, is anyone here from Dickinson? Okay, absolutely, Senator Rummel. So you're probably familiar with the track program that Dickinson Public Schools has. So for example, one of the graduates that we were cheering on this year as they went across the stage also left their high school with a certificate in the dental industry that they could immediately go to work, or they could go and pursue an advanced degree with that certificate. And so what if there were a program like that specifically prepping our educators, maybe in some of those high need areas, like Dr. Rosa said, and whether it's block scheduling, or my niece in Wisconsin, they do 1 semester of traditional schooling, 1 semester of certificate program development work. But what if we could leverage students, training them up, but their classroom assignments would actually be real life prep work that you could then leverage within your classroom? So are there some different ways that we could imagine those relationships with those higher level students? So I'll leave it at those couple of thoughts.
Thank you. Nick, same question.
I'm glad you brought up the AI, Molly. That's terrific. I've been visiting with teachers who are using that. There's one person in particular who is a literature teacher, and she has individualized lesson plans with different pieces of literature. The kids are loving it. I mean, it's terrific. But there you go. First of all, we have to acknowledge that a teacher's work life is basically dictated by the negotiated agreement they signed with their school district. In North Dakota, we have, I don't know, 170 some school districts, 170 some different contracts. So yeah, so there's that. The idea that the teachers, yes, for sure, they work less than perhaps somebody who's in working as a tech person, whatever. But their work weeks are 56 hours long. And that I think is something we can take into consideration. They work the schedule that the school board tells them to work. And I would imagine the school board sets that schedule after listening to parents. Parents want their kids home for Christmas. Parents want their kids to not have summer. There was an initiated measure that would have started school after Labor Day that went down in flames because it was different. I'm not saying we shouldn't think about things differently, but we should acknowledge why we work the work we do. When it comes to work-life balance, I think one of the things that sometimes missing is the respect for the teaching profession and for individual teachers as well. We need to do things that I think that give teachers more of a voice in their work life. Give them the autonomy that they used to enjoy in their classrooms prior to the old No Child Left Behind thing. And then respect that profession. Make sure that they have time to collaborate with their colleagues. Make sure they have time to meet individually with students. We're absolutely right. If we don't put the student at the center of our best intentions, we're not doing our jobs well. And I think that sometimes our school days and the professional development that we have doesn't necessarily address that very important point. So that's what I would do.
Thank you, Nick. And I want to thank our panelists for really outstanding, varied perspectives on these questions. I think we've learned a lot from the process in having these experts here to share with us. At this time, I'd like to open up for questions if there are. I do have a couple of questions that I will jump in with, but I wanted to first give the panel or the group a chance to ask questions of our panelists. So Maria.
This question's for Dr. Rosa. When you were kind of talking about, you know, kind of your examples from your slideshow, but also just even in some of the conversations you just had, are you talking about like a district's current operating dollars or current budget, or are you talking about new monies? Can you just clarify that?
With respect to which part you mean, like if what we're going to do going forward?
Yeah. So like, for example, you talked about rethinking like, you know, like a fixed rate versus percentage, or you talked about class size and impact to teacher salary. Is there ways for districts to do that currently without any other, like not knowing, right, what the next legislature is going to do? Do you kind of help coach districts to do that with their current budget and then look future forward? Or is it only, I guess, recognizing that there's more money in the pot? Can you just clarify that?
Yeah. So if you look over the last 20 years, there's always more money, in part because revenues end up keeping pace with inflation and then some. But I think, and we always have some attrition in staff. So when we hire new ones in, we can do it in a different arrangement. But I will say that we talked about how teachers don't have a huge appetite for risk. They don't want to see their pay scheme change from year to year to year. They don't want to see this year you got a bonus and next year we took it away. And this year we're trying this out and next year we're taking that away. They do want some predictability. And so I think if you said, guess what, we're winding back the salary schedule and everybody's making the base amount now, and you're no longer getting your pay for experience and your pay for your master's degree, people will be really, really upset, and it would not be worth it, because you don't want upset teachers when you are counting on them so much to do the hard work of getting our kids back on track. And that goes to that respect thing also. So I think what I would say is we have this inertia where we get an incremental dollar and we apply it as a % increase across our salary schedule. And that's what we need to resist doing. Rather than taking an incremental dollar and putting it into the system in the way we always have, let's try to keep it flexible. Let's try to hold on to that dollar and use it for a more targeted pay, or let's make next year's pay raise a little bit different than it was in the past. So I think that'll actually go a lot further. Where we've seen schools that have more flexibility, that's kind of what they do. At their core, at the bottom, they look still like a traditional pay scale, but they don't reflexively replace every position. Sometimes they say, somebody left, that frees up an extra $50,000 for me. Do we want to think about putting that money into paying some of our teachers more to pick up more responsibilities? And some of them do. We have these averages of how many people work. We also have some teachers that kind of clock out right when they are supposed at the end of their obligated time, and they don't think about school again until the next morning when we get there. And I think we all have known there are teachers on both ends of that spectrum. So how do we take that incremental dollar and we give it to that one that is willing to roll up their sleeves and work hard and take that extra challenge and solve the problems that we have for our kids? And I think that means having some flexible money, but probably resisting trying to take things away. We have seen in a few states where districts went in and said, hey, I've got a cheaper benefits plan for you. And that allows me to turn around and give everybody $1,000 bonus or something like that. And teachers will take that. If even if that means they have a slightly higher copay or something else like that, they'll take the cheaper benefits plan if that gets them a pay raise. So that's the sort of incremental nature I've been thinking about with this.
Other questions from the task force? Senator?
Thank you, Superintendent. I was just looking at 173 school districts is what we have in the state of North Dakota. There's 11 of them, the top 11, which is 6% of our school districts, have 62% of our total enrollment. To gain efficiencies and to pay people what we need to pay, is there any ideas as to how we can provide education differently? We're going to have to eventually look at it. I know when I was years ago, I mean, we had 280 some school districts when I was on the school board, and now we're down to 173. So consolidation has been happening. I'm wondering if we don't need to figure out a way, especially with distance learning that's available with what we learned through COVID. Is there just any opportunities to do that? And then with those 11 school districts, I'm going to be really radical. And being really radical might get me excommunicated sometime from the legislature. But we could easily have one contract. I have the opportunity to see a lot of contracts through the years with the Education Fact-Finding Commission and going to impasse. They are all over the board. Could we not have one contract and let the local school districts, and I'm a local control person, I like local control, but I look at those 72,000 teachers in those 11 districts, and I look at the amount of time that it takes to negotiate a contract. How much effort do we put into both sides, both the teachers union and also the school boards, to get to an agreement? We could be way more efficient if we can get to one contract. And then I'm a proponent of compression. I'm also a proponent of classifications. Most union contracts are one page, one matrix, lines or lanes, and of course, yeah. And it's like, we have hard to fill positions. Why don't we, every other union contract I've ever seen, whether it be the carpenters or any of the others that I've dealt with, always have a classification system. There are teachers that should be paid more. There are some that, so the way to do that is to have, as was discussed, I know earlier, that there has to be some way to compensate them. Fargo did it on their last impasse. What they did with special education instructors is they just granted them all $6,000 on the side. Well, that's just like having classifications, people. Let's recognize it and let's fix the problem that needs to be fixed here. So I open that up and say, how do we do that? We're going to have to do this. I think it's time. But 72,000 students in 11 school districts, 62% of our total enrollment. By the way, they have 58% of the teachers too. So there's got to be a way to make this work better.
I'll open that question up then to the panelists. What are your thoughts?
That's a lot. And you're right. I mean, nobody doubts the numbers. I don't know, without really giving this a lot more thought, about how you come to a single contract that encompasses all those 11 districts that you're talking about. The needs in each district is different. It would be one thing if, and their priorities, frankly, are different. There are some districts, quite frankly, that of those 11, look at Fargo, for example, they're looking at about a $600 million plan for the future. And where's the funding going to come from? If the North Dakotans become the first state in the nation to get rid of property taxes, we've got work to do, because you don't make up $1.5 billion a year out of nothing. Well, then you say, let's use the legacy fund. Okay, what are you gonna do after year 6? Plus you guys will have to change about 30 some laws in order to make that work. It's a big deal. I'm not saying that it's not something that should be investigated, Dean, but I don't know. I don't know how that would even come about, to be honest with you.
Dr. Rosa.
So a couple of things that you started off asking about, like, are there efficiencies over time? And if you look historically in our country, we've added staff, while enrollment has been relatively flat, to the point where when I was a kid, there were maybe 80 adults employed by a district for every 1,000 kids. The national average is up around 130. North Dakota's not that high, but we've added adults. So every time we saw a challenge, we added another adult. And some of that was important. Like, I think our services for kids with disabilities are quite a bit better than they were when I attended schools when I was younger. But some of it was to make art a separate class when it used to be in homeroom when I was a kid, and music used to be in homeroom when I was a kid. We played the recorder, and now we have all these separate classrooms for those subjects. But I think we might have to figure out how we can take, so during that time, by the way, we did not raise teacher salaries. We just brought more of them in. So when kids go to school today, there are a lot more adults in the building, but they're not better paid adults. And we could have gone the other way with a smaller number of much better paid people that did multiple things to meet students' needs. So maybe the counselor is the Spanish teacher, or maybe you don't have a class called library taught by a librarian. Maybe, the teacher brings you to the library and shows you where the books are. Or oftentimes now a lot of books are in classrooms because the cost of books has come down. And I frankly, even myself, I have 4 kids. I would put one of my kids into a much larger math class with an exceptional teacher versus having a smaller class with a mediocre teacher. And I think we should pay that exceptional teacher more to take on many more kids. I mean, I would do that and the broad parents would do the same thing. So I think there's some opportunities there to think differently about staffing going forward and pay some of our best staff that have the stamina to meet the demands of our kids in today's world, the salaries that warrant that as well. So on the contract, I will say that teachers do want a say. So what they don't want is one big, huge contract that makes schools in North Dakota feel like a factory that we all work under agreement for. And but there are some features that people are fine having uniform across. So they're fine with one benefits plan that everybody has access to, and the state's negotiated. So it's a super low cost plan that everybody has access to. So every different district doesn't need to go figure out its own vision plan and its own dental plan and all those kinds of things. I think those are popular. But I also think that at each individual school, people want to say in what's going on there. And oftentimes they don't, because something's already been decided in the contract. So another opportunity there is for individual schools, for the teachers in an individual school to vote to opt out of some element of their contract. And then when you see them opting out of some element of their contract, maybe that's an item that needs to go away over time. So I think there's multiple ways to get more flexibility built into the system. One is to think of it as a thinner contract, but another is to think of more opportunities to opt out of contract language that sort of gets rolled over and rolled over and rolled over. I do think we need to bring teachers in to figure out how to solve the problems we have at each individual school. So we have to say to the teachers, these kids, you see what's going on in their math scores, you see what's going on in reading or attendance, help us fix it. And they need to have the flexibility at that building to do that. But that's also a data challenge. We need to bring people in to use those data. So I don't know if you're gonna get to the promised land with a one size fits all contract. But I do think there's some opportunities there to think about slices of it, like maybe the benefits piece that's there. Or if there's a statewide shortage of math and science teachers, the state can just say, on top of whatever the districts are paying, we're going to put in for the next 10 years a $5,000 bump for math and science teachers. It's important for us to make sure we grow that pool of teachers and the state can do that on top of whatever's already happening.
You know, there's a statewide shortage of every teacher. The Education Standards and Practices Board has declared every single teaching field to be a critical shortage area.
So that does not bear out in the data. That's
Well,
just not there in the data that
I'm
we're
just,
seeing
I'm
right
just
now.
I'm just stating a fact. And the idea, North Dakota ranks 37th in the nation in teacher salary. If we had a 4% increase, next year we would be ranked 38th. I mean, there is, and the states, by the way, that have negotiated agreement or that have the collective bargaining, they're always higher in terms of average salaries than states without it. So when you're talking about dismantling a contract and letting people opt out of that, you basically undermine collective bargaining. And then I can tell you what would happen in North Dakota if there wasn't a contract to follow.
Representative Swintek, you had something to add?
Yeah, I think when we're talking about these things, are we truly missing part of it? When you say 30, we're what, 37th? Okay. What are the top 11 school districts in North Dakota? Where would they be ranked? Where would Fargo be ranked? West Fargo, Grand Forks? Where would they be ranked?
I don't know for sure.
See, I think that what we need to look at,
find that out.
right, and I think we need to have that also when we talk about there's shortages in all areas. I think we need to break that down specifically and saying, okay, of those top 11, are they having a problem there or not? And we need to find that out. And if they're not, why aren't they? And we need to really address the issues that are in the school districts that are having the biggest impact. If we look at 2.7% right now, as far as openings, okay, where are those openings at? Are they in those 11 school districts or are they in the other school districts? And how do we help those school districts that are having this issue? I think we need to look at more data, and I think we can't paint a broad brush and have it over everything. I think we need to really look specifically at where the problems are and how do we address that. And I know the legislature will ask that. There was information on the one page, that evaluation talking about a lot about mental health. And when they had these discussions, and no disagreement with that, but it needs to be more specific. What do we mean when we say there needs to be mental health help? And those are, so I think we need to be careful and make sure that we really look specifically at where are the problems, how will the data help us and address those issues.
And representative, to that point, I think it's fair to honor what Nick is saying related to shortages in all areas. That's the reality that we are in. Well, I can tell you, I can tell you that.
Can I just add in?
Hold on just 1 second. I think it's important that we honor the fact that there are shortages across all areas. That's true. I'm in one of those 11, and I can't find elementary teachers, which 10 years ago, we would have many options, but it doesn't take away from the fact that there are priority areas. There are areas that are harder to fill. So I don't want us to get stuck in the difference between hard to fill and harder to fill. We all know that special education, math, science, those are all harder to fill, but we do have an issue across all classifications in a way that, I've been doing this is, I'll be starting year 22 as a superintendent, and what is occurring right now looks different than it did even 5 or 6 years ago for me in this district. That my district now, which is in one of the top 11. So I do think we have to honor the fact that we are seeing it in a different way than we were seeing it 6, 7 years ago. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be prioritizing those areas that we know are harder to fill.
And I'm not questioning that. What I'm questioning or asking for is the data. Where is the data that shows? So for example, in Fargo,
Right
if they went with the $6,000 for special ed teachers, did that have an impact? Did that help or not? I don't have the answer than that. And if they're okay, is there half the openings than there was before? Or is there the same, or how did that 6,000 impact?
I think what we want to take a look at too is, is it enough? And this isn't we do this or we do that. I mean, we're going to have a pretty broad-based approach to this. When it comes to I'm really uncomfortable with people ranking classes. Obviously, we need math teachers, so we should pay them more. But my wife spent 30 years as a choral music director. I know for a fact that there were kids in her class that would not have finished school if they didn't have choir. That's what grounded them. That's what kept them there. And I know that because I bought concert shoes for them. I bought suits for them. I mean, I know what this is about. So when we go around saying, oh, this teacher deserves more, do they? If we're going to keep that kid at the center of our best intentions, let's keep all the kids at the center of our best intentions.
Dr. Rosa?
There's a site that pulls all the job openings and they refresh it weekly. And so you can see by district, by position type, how many opens there are. That's where I went last night to pull the data for North Dakota. It's called Work in Ed. And so it's done the hard work of assembling those data for you. I think you can use that to see how many openings there are in special ed. It looks like, I'm just Googling it again right now, in Fargo, there's been some progress made in this filling the special ed positions. And when you do that and you dangle some money there, if you have an excess amount of ceramics teachers, some of them might pick up a special ed certification and come over and change positions, or somebody who's had one and certification and might choose to go back and work in those classrooms again for the additional money.
Does it say where those teachers came from? Like, I know Fargo hired some teachers from the Philippines to fill some open positions.
It doesn't say where they came from. It says how many open positions there are right now. But I cannot stress enough that you cannot use data from last year or the year before to give you an indication of what's happening with the labor market right now. It flipped. And it flipped because the federal government put $190 billion in, which really stressed the labor market, and then is taking it away right now. And so we're going to see a flood of positions where you have people looking for job openings. And it's not to pay more for a math position. It's just a labor market variable. It's just an economic principle. If we don't have enough, you add more money in, and then more people come to that position. I mentioned I have kids. I want them to have nice ceramics classes. I want them to learn foreign languages. I want them to have an important experience in some of these other subjects. But the truth is, when we have a labor market that has many more applicants in some areas than in others, it's because there's a mismatch in either the difficulty of the job or what the larger labor market will offer for those skills. So if we have a shortage of physics teachers, it's because physics teachers can go out and get jobs other places and ceramics teachers can't. And if we don't acknowledge that, then we will not solve the problem of our kids sitting in physics class with a sub who's not skilled to teach that class, or even worse, and we see this a lot, the schools canceling the number of physics and calculus and statistics, computer science classes they offer because we don't have the manpower to solve those needs.
So with only 247 openings, is this a problem that's solving itself then?
It is a problem that's solving. Yes, that's why I'm saying you cannot look at last year's data, and it won't be fixed.
So then what product should come from this committee? This task
I mean,
force?
from this committee, you should really focus on targeting where there are shortages, where you have maybe excess teacher absences, where you still have, as the shifts change, you might have some rural communities that are still having a hard time attracting people. And so you might need to pay more in rural communities, or maybe it's the opposite. It's in Fargo. You really should mine the data and mine it all the time. But do not assume that the labor market challenges are static and perpetuating from year to year to year. Other industries don't do that. They look at their numbers and they change what they're doing constantly.
And I think just to ground in what the committee's doing here is looking at the governor's executive order and looking at the whole package of teacher compensation, teacher retention, recruitment. And so coming together and taking all of these points of qualitative and quantitative data to come up with tangible recommendations.
Dr. Bladow, you had, I think we have time for one more comment or question. I think it's you.
Just as a reminder, thank you. I believe we have Dr. Alia Shockley who's available to process, like a lot of these questions that we're having, looking into the details of teaching openings, how long are they staying, yes, we're filling the positions, how long are they staying? I believe we can go to her with this list of questions and she can dig into that.
I'm
further.
currently chatting her online. So she's
Okay.
very aware of all these questions,
Okay.
and we are updating our formula on how we do pull the teacher shortage as a critical need area. So
Wonderful. Thank you.
Dr.
Now
Levy?
more than ever, really current data is going to be critical. Really current data.
Yeah, Dr. Rosa, thank you. That is a excellent point to end on, of looking at that quantitative data, and then we kind of collectively show what the qualitative data is. Yeah, appreciate it. Dr. Rosa, thank you so much. Nick, Molly, truly appreciate your time and your expertise coming in. We're going to shift to a quick break for about 10 minutes before we get into our small groups and really dive into what we heard this morning. All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back so we can get started with your breakout groups.
And there were 5 pages of unknown, most of which looked like they were outside.
Okay, y'all. We always love to see an exciting conversation after a panel. And I think that should really spark your next component. So we've done this the last few sessions, but you're going to go into breakout rooms. It's not Zoom, breakout groups over by the tall tables. We have those guiding questions. Again, we like to be consistent throughout so that you're on track for every single conversation you've had or every single topic. So what we will ask when you get into your breakout rooms is if we can kind of spread not just all teachers in one, not just all principals, leads, superintendents in one. So if you can kind of look and see around your group, that would be really helpful. So we'll take the next 45 minutes. And then in those tables over there, you have the questions and you have a sheet to kind of compile your answers for a share out. All right. And as always, if you need anything or have any clarifying questions, myself or Katie will be here. Great. Thank you for such an engaging conversation over there. It looked like it was fun. And as Maria said, you solved all the world's problems in about 35 minutes. So stoked to hear what each group, if you want to share out the main themes of what you talked about, and that'll be your guiding themes as we continue on into recommendations. So hopefully you had a recorder that shares that. Jim, are you good?
Yes, I
Awesome.
can start
Thank
with
you.
my group microphone here. So in terms of flexibility, we talked a lot about school calendar. In the state of North Dakota, we have a lot of flexibility since we switched to hours currently under current Century Code. And a couple of things we talked about were shorter school days and longer school years. The summer break, I think we can all agree, is not great for kids' education. Taking 3 months off and not doing anything, or, you know, at least it's up to parents what they do, is difficult when you talk about student outcomes. So if we were able to expand that school year and shorten that summer break, I think that would be more beneficial. Additionally, shortening the school day would allow teachers more flexibility during the day to get things done, a lot more time for appointments. You know, I know just locally in Watford City, it is very difficult to get an appointment after 4 o'clock. Most businesses are going to close at 5. It's a very narrow window to get in there without having to use some type of leave. When you have to use leave, then you're not in your classroom with your kids. We have to get a sub. It's a whole thing. So shortening that day, even by an hour, I think if the teacher contract instead of 8 to 4 was 7 to 3, it gives you a lot more time. Okay. The other thing we talked about in terms of calendar was shifting teacher work contracts away from a 9-month calendar, maybe into a 10-month calendar, a few more days, and really, I don't know, eventually I could see it as a 12-month calendar. I think anyone who's been in education for a while has known we have added a lot to educators over the last few decades. And yet we continue to have the same calendar we probably had decades ago. I think part of the teacher burnout is the rat race feeling that we all have. Every minute of a teacher's year is essentially scheduled. If you have ever been a part of scheduling the PD for teachers, it is like down to the minute. We don't have nearly enough time for it. So your PD, then you spend a lot of money on it and it's not super effective because we sit in an 8-hour training, we get all fired up and it's great. And then the next day school starts and you got to be in your classroom. So obviously that would be a pretty significant cost if you added a ton of days. However, I do think it may go over better rather than just increasing teacher salary. There would be more work days as well. It's a better argument of there's more pay for more work. Additionally, I think a lot of teachers are doing that work already. And we just it's kind of expected in the education world that you're just going to do this work for free over the summer because it's got to get done. So that was our flexibility conversation. And then in terms of the compensation, we discussed compensation versus salary. I think in a lot of the negotiations I've been a part of, the district usually always talks about total comp, your total compensation, the total cost of the district, and whoever they're negotiating, whether it be the administrators or the teachers, generally talk about salary. So we talked about, is there a way that rather than starting with salary and saying, this is the salary, these are the benefits, a district could say, this is the compensation we have set aside for you. How would you like to receive that compensation? I want this much in salary, this much in benefits. I don't want that benefit. I want that benefit. Now, I'm not that well versed in school finance, so I don't know how that's all possible. But to me, if a starting teacher is $65,000 on the budget, what difference to me does it make how you receive that $65,000? To me, the cost is the same. And then it gives the individual a little more say in how they receive that money. So that could give some flexibility to our younger staff, might be able to stay on their parents' health insurance, you know, for a few years. And rather than the district contributing $10,000 to health insurance for you, they get that in salary and can do whatever they want with it. And I think that was it.
Thank you, Jim. Can we have another group share up?
I'll go next. I'm going to start with the caveat that we recognized we don't have recommendations for policies in here, and many of the things might be tough to make a policy for. So that's just a caveat to start. All three had the same theme wrap around it, and that's ask the teachers. Two-way communication is absolutely imperative. For flexibility, if the teachers are involved in decisions, it'll equate to more flexibility. Additionally, we talked about staff autonomy that we saw in the next gen workforce from Arizona in our last meeting. That's happening in some schools, and when it is, there's already that idea of flexibility. We also talked about looking at additional duties versus standard duties for every teacher. So we're all using the same language. So if the teacher contract day has the duties set out and all of the additional duties count for those extra hours that teachers are working, but then additional duties should equate to increased pay. For expanding educator benefits or compensation, I just want to reiterate, talk to the teachers, clear communication. Rather than saying you either get salary or benefits, ask how staff want it. So as Jim kind of pointed out, get them involved in that. Now, obviously that screws up the negotiated agreement completely, but get them involved. We talked about the cafeteria plan and annuity options that used to exist all over the state and have slowly been eroded over time. What would it look like for us to engage that? Recognizing that with the new healthcare regulations, we might have some unintended consequences if people opt out and take money instead of benefits. Finally, marketing, increased communication, especially upon hiring, so people understand what their benefits are and what it means for them. Abby talked a little bit about so many young teachers starting and still staying on their parents' insurance plans instead of taking the benefit. Sure, it costs us less, but if they fully understood everything. Finally, recommendations. Again, two-way communication, asking staff what they believe is most important. But we talked just at the end because somebody was rushing us to come back to the table. What if the state had a labor market analyst at the state level for public education that could answer all these questions? We've got a lot of smart people in the room and we still have questions. We don't know what the answers are. We don't know where to get them. And every meeting we get new information. It's like, where did you find that? What if the state had like many big districts have demographers? What if we had a labor market analyst that helped public education figure out where are the problems and what is the market telling us every year?
As I rush you, Maria.
Can Patty, just because the moment's relevant, can Patty talk a little bit about what West Fargo is doing in relation to what Jim just talked about, just so people do have, there's a district that's doing it, the process maybe a little bit?
Well, let me see if I can explain this. We talk about total compensation in every conversation we have with negotiations. And we give, when we do the negotiations, we say, if we want to give more money to salary, where can we take money away? And because we've had those conversations every year it's gotten a little better. Part of our problem is it is in the negotiated agreement which healthcare plan we have. So that puts a little bit of a snag in there, but we do give them the opportunity to say how much they want to use for the percentages because that's in our negotiated agreement. And I think because it's been included, now they're finally understanding that it's all connected. But I think now what we need to do is go back and say, what benefits maybe do we have that we don't need, like life insurance? We might have a $10,000 policy that's been there for bazillion years that we've been offering, but $10,000 doesn't give you very much. So I think there's opportunity, but we're very fortunate that our business manager is a part of our negotiations every time we have that. So we have their confidence when we talk with the teachers to say, this is the pot of money we have. The pot of money doesn't grow because we wanted to. This is the pot of money. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Patty. We have 2 more groups.
All right, I can go. So starting out with the flexibility conversation, to be honest, we spent most of our time in the second question, so I'll quickly go through the first. We talked a bit about a little bit more rather than just educators, but districts in general, their autonomy, local control, and perhaps going back to the tile program and giving districts options for how and what they are going to do to strengthen their own workforce or their own educators. We talked about the TLA model, and that while that's a great program for people to get advanced degrees, it's really the ideas behind the program that make it strong. And how could we have more educators and educators like myself, who I have a master's degree in English education, to perhaps use some of those skills learned to action research to help facilitate learning about the district. We really spent the majority of our time talking about benefits and, kind of what we learned from Dr. Rosa, but our question and what we wonder is, yes, the newest generation of employees entering the workforce want the dollar amount. That said, do they understand benefits? We chatted with Jenny about what they're doing at UND, and have they prepared incoming teachers to understand benefit packages? And that's something that they're just kind of starting to add. Rob is on the TFFR committee, and he said they have a program where they're trying to also educate. So we feel like there needs to be some education for all new teachers to completely understand compensation, but also kind of like what you were saying with West Fargo. And I think this is the point Rob was trying to make earlier when he was moderating, to give that complete benefit plan on your total compensation yearly, for you to present that to your employees so they do understand. Because in the end, what you're offering with total benefits may be very close to what, Butler is doing. So most of our time was spent talking about that. As far as our recommendations, I really liked what Dean had to say. He said that in any place, including in education, people leave because of the leaders. And so what are we doing to support our leaders? Our superintendents, our principals. We chatted about, a teacher in Jamestown recently left and is jumping from being a math teacher to a superintendent, and nothing in between. How will that individual be supported, and how can we do more to support them? And then we also chatted about understanding the data and having a clearer picture of all of this. And how do we take what we learn from the data rather than just these big statements about 38% and, all the different things? How can we really study the data and have the ins and outs rather than just blatant numbers thrown around? And from there, understanding the people that are coming into our workforce, but also educating them. So our conversation.
Thank you. I think we have 1 more group. No, just 3. I was not a math teacher. I was an English teacher. So. Okay, thank you for your share outs. As always, we're taking notes in the background for your key takeaways. And as you are guiding into those recommendations, you'll have those for reference real time. So we're going to break for lunch right now. If we can get back around 1 o'clock, so be here by 12:55. We start at 1. Yeah, lunch is in the cafeteria, and we will see you soon.
There is not a lunch provided to you. You can purchase and get reimbursed. before we kind of get ready to dive into those and as they're put up on the screen, any of our elected officials or their representatives have anything to add? We've already had an overview, but just a level set as we dive into the actual recommendations. Representative Swantak, it's been mentioned that you're going to have to carry all the bills that come out of here.
Yeah, with all of you there.
That's
helping.
right.
Yeah. No, I don't have anything.
Maria, anything else to add from the governor's office perspective?
Yeah, no, I love these kinds of activities and I love getting everyone's thoughts on the wall. I think to reiterate, right? So there's kind of 3 different buckets that we kind of group things in: policy only, budget only, policy budget, right? And so when you're thinking about some of these pieces, start to kind of categorize them that way. The second layer is, and I kind of said it earlier, but I think also thinking, where can this task force have impact and how do we target that impact? As we heard earlier, we'd love to do all of it, but we can't. And so I think really thinking strategically from this group, I mean, the governor is going to really take these recommendations very seriously. You've been selected for a reason by the governor and appointed to this group. And so helping us to really refine that and think about, what do we feel like can make a difference and can start to really kind of maybe move the needle in the dialogue forward and looking at what can this task force have that influence on, where some things are, well, I know that we'd all love to fix it and I would love to as well. Some things are just not within our direct control. So I think trying to process those 2 different pieces as we're having discussion is just helpful for our context when we get kind of into budget development and the executive budget address. So.
Just a key note, I think, too, when we start getting into looking at the recommendations themselves, if an idea pops into your head in the midst of this process, you don't have to keep it to yourself. Idea generation is still a positive thing. We're still in that stage. Just kind of be wary that it might get shot down much quicker because it didn't go through this vetting process. But don't hold it to yourself because you think we're done with idea generation. All right, Hunt Institute, anything before we get going?
No, it's go time. You have the next hour-ish to go through. And then again, can't read it enough. We will capture every single thing that is on those notes. Your voice is heard, and we will put kind of the percentages next to it as well. So we're here to take notes.
Okay, so do we have the themes kind of?
Yep, so they're up on the slides. You can see. Yeah, if we make it a little bit bigger, and you can see the themes that came out of the clumps of tabs on your deck.
So for teacher training and recruitment, we've got state funds to help. Are these all the individual or these are the themes? These are the themes. So state funds to help teacher prep programs, competency-based education, state provided stipends for student teachers, fully fund educator pathways in CTE, promoting the profession, revising requirements for student teaching practicum hours, and grow your own for schools, universities, community colleges, CTE ed courses. Can we jump to the next one? So for teacher licensure, we've got advanced teacher licensure options being added, requiring praxis by sophomore year, as well as an evaluation of the purpose of the praxis, providing the cost of student teaching with a 5-year commitment to teaching in North Dakota district, and licensing DPI to sponsor J1 visas for teachers. Can we go to the next one? Teacher evals. Less tuition for teachers, honest discussion of evaluations if a person should be in education, more feedback and transparency in the process. For teacher retention, adding TLA, teacher. Is the next one, reintroduce TILE, more mentorship for new teachers to avoid leading islands and improving teacher support, mandating a culture climate survey, and increasing reimbursement rates for offering childcare. And our last one, teacher total compensation. Total comp is provided to staff annually. Total comp is X amount, and you decide how to break it down. Investing in data infrastructure and analysis for job trends, migration, compensation, retention data to show the same reason is still working 5 years later. So reevaluating, same person, retention data to show the people themselves are still working 5 years later, and statewide benefits packages. So those are our themes. Do you have the totals yet? Not yet, right? Okay. So what we're going to do just as a practice, we're going to look at just around the room at the biggest pocket of green that we see in some themes. So if you look at teacher training and recruitment, you can see a whole bunch of greens on that one column, as well as a pile on the next. You can see under total compensation, we have a whole bunch of greens in 2 sections. In teacher retention, it looks like a whole bunch of greens in maybe 2 themes. And in teacher licensure, not quite as many. So we're going to dive into one of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly 6 areas first, because we have the most amount of greens in them. Well, what are those 2 themes with all the greens?
The training needs that need to occur during the day in the classroom, more student teaching experience, finding the process for new teachers to get practical application, lengthen the professional student teaching experience.
So when we consider all of those, what do we want to call that theme overall? Considering that general bunch of information that we put.
Would it be something like strengthening student teaching experience?
And now to make it
Enriching? I don't know.
strengthening, enriching, the beauty is we don't have to word perfect it yet. We will be doctoring it later though. Do we need to provide more specificity? Because we don't want to provide that recommendation to the governor.
I think you do. I think you want to say with more practical experience. So strengthening and enriching the student teacher experience with more practical experience.
And because the governor is going to be leaning on this body to help to determine what that means, we are either okay with that being enough and it going out to higher ed and they're supposed to strengthen it with more practical experience, or do we want to help to define that?
Yeah, I think we do. And I don't know, is this one of those areas that we don't really have the authority to make this particular decision? I mean, that seems like it is a higher ed discussion and there's probably lots of reasons and regulations and discussions that need to take place for that.
Maria?
Okay, so I think thinking though, if this is something that people feel very passionate about, that we do feel like would have an impact on the profession long-term, then I think the recommendation could be crafted in a sense of encouraging and or, engaging with the Board of Higher State Board of Higher Education in order to revise and address concerns around student teacher time, practicums, blah, blah, blah. So that could be the recommendation. And that might be where it lies. So anyways, and I think that this is also something too, where knowing that we're going to remain pretty generic and high level right now, the working groups over the summer will help to go deeper to define and get a little bit more concrete on what do we want to say, how do we want to narrate that, and provide more direction on the recommendation. So I do think that that's an opportunity for us to dig deeper if the task force chooses to.
What are the chances you got that fancy language that Maria just used a second ago?
I got close. Does that look about right, Maria?
Aaron?
Okay. Mention, what I heard when we were talking about that student teacher experience is not so much that it's the job of higher education, but how do we partner with the schools to make sure that those student teachers are in those schools getting that practical teaching are good places for those teachers to be getting experiences. So that kind of like growing your own, having kind of a lab format of moving into the profession, getting even our high school students excited about teaching and then moving into college. And so what does that pathway look like all the way up? And how do schools become a part of that more clearly?
Katie, can you add in teaching labs? Because she kind of mentioned that kind of maybe as something that group could go further into.
The question that I have for this is that if we present this to higher education, Maria, are you saying then that we need some more follow-up and more background on this? Because we need to tell them, why are we doing this? What's the intent? What's the purpose? Where's the weaknesses? And by offering this, this is what the return will be. So all of that, okay.
Aaron, what I like about what you just mentioned is it encapsulates more than just this one recommendation. I like that we started getting colors moving across this, because that's going to show that it isn't just one of these things that we can do. So this, what we have written on here is not finished. Okay. But I'm going to move us on because we've got lots of other buckets that we need to address. We're going to come back and reprioritize and do some wordsmithing, but we want to get these big themes down so that we can keep moving along. What do you see as the next kind of grouping?
Certifications. CTE certification.
So what would we like to call that big group?
I think it's, funding career or dual credit intro to education programs at 100%. Fully funding CTE intro to education
Intro to
programs.
education. Fully funding CTE intro to education programs.
Well, and I think it's important to add the grow your own part into that, because in the small communities around that I'm surrounded by, a lot of people won't come from outside because the nearest Walmart is an hour away. Your grocery store closes on a Sunday at 12. So I think it's important to grow your own and give that experience to high school students and to work with local colleges as well.
Any other thoughts around this one?
I think we might want to dual credit and CTE. Those are going to be two different kind of funding sources, and it might be just, those are going to be two different conversations. I think a lot. There's already a CTE reimbursement funding that I think is pretty easy to adjust. I think state funding for dual credit courses might be a different animal.
That might be a different piece.
I was talking solely about the CTE intro to education course. I'm talking about just enhancing that existing reimbursement rate to 100% for the CTE eligible intro to education course. Just talking the one thing. I'm not talking about all dual credit. Okay. I'm just talking about getting more teachers or more young people introduced at the high school level to the intro to education course. The logic being, in my mind, if you fully fund it, every district in the state of North Dakota is going to offer that elective. And, and anyone can teach it as long as they're CTE supported or licensed. And you would have, and not every one of those students is going to go into education, but you're going to have more go into the education field because they have had that exploratory experience at high school. That's the logic.
Representative Swantek?
So you're saying then that, how does higher education then play into that dual credit? For this,
I think there's one course that's offered dual credit, but there's a pathway of courses through CTE that anyone can teach. I still think you're going to need a dual credit sponsorship through a higher ed institution for the dual credit course. You're going to need a master's probably in education, which is pretty easy for us to find. But for the high school only non-dual credit courses, anybody can teach those, and those are through CTE. And I would like to see those funded at 100% in addition to that other one dual credit course.
and the reason I bring it up is that the budget section is really looking at dual credit. And is there a duplication of funding, both from higher education as well as elementary and secondary education? And where should that be? But that's down the road. We just need to be mindful of, and this may not apply, Jim, like you're saying.
Well, I think if you just do the high school courses,
Sure.
I think it's just through your CTE reimbursement. I do think probably a separate conversation is some level of funding for dual credit courses, all dual credit courses, not just the education one is needed and needs to be addressed somehow, some way.
Okay, thank you.
So with this one, we'll currently leave the language with reimbursement rate for CTE and dual credit intro to education. So we're being very clear that it's intro to ed, not any CTE or dual credit. Yeah, we're ready for the next one. So that one has 2 green dots and 4 yellow ones. So I'm going to move us past that one and into the next section that has 2, 4, 6, 8 green dots.
Oh, great. Sorry. Fully funding educator pathways. So fully funding.
That's the same one. Perfect. Excellent. So we had 2 big pockets. Okay. So let's move to total compensation. It looks like there's 2 really big sections of green dots there.
Teacher benefits are considered less valuable. Focus on total compensation.
And just so that we don't end up with the same error we had over here, what's the second grouping? Okay, so we have 2 really big different themes here. How might we think about phrasing each of these 2? Let's start with just one of them. So whoever has a good idea first.
I just ask clarification. The first one talking about the total compensation, is that something that the governor would want to put into a policy, or more just a best practice that should go through superintendents when they're all together to say some best practices for keeping blah, 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 and have them share at that point? This doesn't really seem like a governor, please make sure this happens in every district type of thing.
Good question.
Not DPI though. DPI wouldn't do that either, it would be the superintendent. I'm just thinking that in your districts, that these are all things that hard and loose type of things. This would be things that I think my superintendent would want to make sure that she does, but I don't know that I want the governor come down saying, you have to do this in order to get, just good practices, but just my thought.
One of the things that I was thinking along in this line is every district has its own negotiation. So Patty, you mentioned earlier that in your district, the health benefit is written into your agreement. In others, it's not. So that means only a negotiation effort can change what's being provided in West Fargo. There are certainly other districts that are like that. So when we think of it from that aspect, we heard flexibility of benefits and we heard total compensation in this. Is there any call for us to be recommending that flexibility is provided for schools around benefits, which would mean a lot of stuff happening with collective bargaining? I don't see any appetite for something like that.
I've been through negotiations. This will be my, eighth year, and I have no desire to open up that can of worms for us. I think that it can be a good conversation, but
Patty, I agree with you. I've kind of struggled with this one too. I think it's an important conversation, but I'm not sure that what we're talking about up there is more, it's a little bit more philosophic than it is action oriented. And so I'm just, is there an appetite or interest in, could we recommend the creation of a clearinghouse of exemplars utilized by districts that articulate total compensation? Would that be, utilizing what districts already do to help say, this is how I communicate that this exists? Not all of these have to have big price tags on them. We were talking about that earlier. Some recommendations we have are not going to have cost. They're just best practice, and getting together around. I think it's better when we recognize that not everything has to have a fiscal note attached to it.
What I'm hearing here is the possibility of the recommendation being the creation of a clearinghouse of options for innovative benefits and total compensation packages. Representative Swantek, did you?
This one is really going to be challenging in that I sure wish that we could wait till after the November election on some of these things, on this one especially, because if the initiated measure is on the ballot, and I don't know if Senator Rummel would agree with this or not, that a lot of these things will be mandated by the state, and local control will be taken away because there won't be any property tax. And that's I'm not saying that from a threatening perspective, but I mean, it's just going to be very concerning as far as how that one especially. You would agree with that?
So in essence, if there isn't local skin in the game, if no one's paying local property taxes, if the state is fully footing the bill, the state's going to make more decisions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If they're paying for everything, then they'll decide.
Absolutely.
how
Okay.
will that affect district like ours when it's in their negotiated agreement?
Your taxes?
No, but if the property tax, if the state starts determining what we can or can't use for sort of benefits type of pack, and then it's in the negotiated agreement, then what will happen to the negotiated agreements? Hopefully it doesn't happen.
You'd have a negotiation cycle between then and now, and you would address those in negotiations.
Well, it would,
Or you go
First-
to impasse.
Not if it's illegal.
so first of all, it would go into effect January 1 of this 2025. Okay, so, and I'll use this as an example. Let's say you have $40 million in property tax that you get locally. The state will give you that 40 million. Anything that's above and beyond that you have needs for, then they will have to be obligated, you taking care of that through i.e. fees, assessments, whatever it might be, because it'll be just that set amount. And I don't know for sure if there's a cost of living clause in that initiated measure. Okay.
The initiated measure says it will replace the 2024 mill levy at whatever it is, and it will remain the same thereafter. So you're on your own after if the initiated measure passes. There's no increase after that. So any cost of living changes beyond 2025, you're going to have to come up with a solution.
Okay. exciting.
Yeah.
So create a clearinghouse of promising practices for innovative benefits and compensation. That in essence, could be our recommendation. And lots of other pieces that could go into this, but that kind of gives us a good theme to start. Now, the second one was all about data. Thoughts about how we might theme this into a singular recommendation? Maria?
Well, selfishly, I guess I would say, I think to me, it is investing in the data infrastructure because you need the systems, right? But you also need good data, and then you need the output of the analysis. So you kind of need the whole piece. And I think we keep coming back to every meeting, data. And while we have some really great data, and I know Dr. Shockley can give us some really great data, we're missing key components to help us to better tell the narrative of what's going on, not just with classroom teachers, but with staff as a whole, to start to, I think, draw the line between what's cause, what's effect, right? And starting to make maybe some more informed decisions. So I guess I would think a broad enough invest in data infrastructure related to education workforce. I mean, maybe that's, I don't know if others have different opinions on that.
I was just thinking, is this a policy recommendation to add more DPI reports and things like that for data collection? We already collect how many years they've been in the education field, what their salary is, whatever additional data is needed. I feel like you could already collect it through DPI and then MIS03 and some of that kind of stuff.
Following the rules. Yeah, could we just add additional questions to that MAS03 form and collect it in that way? That would be easy.
I am wondering if the data exist already, rather than creating or expanding current reports. I mean, this is the first we all heard from this work in ed, and it's because someone who works in education and economics, she does it all day long. So she just said, look, I just pulled it up, and sure enough, there's 247 job openings. So I think what I'm hearing you say is if we expand or enhance the infrastructure, not through creating more reports or requiring more information to be provided, but rather bringing experts on to tell us what all the data says.
Ellie just texted me the exact same thing. We're chatting all night, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost creating the data pool that pulls from multiple sources to then push out, I think, more in time relevant information that can provide, you know, the job trends, the movement trends. But I think then relating that to, I don't remember where it went, but the culture climate piece, because that's the thing we keep coming back to is the driver of teachers potentially leaving the profession. Go ahead, Erin.
Well, it sounds like to me that we have the data, but who tells the story? And I think that that can be a piece where sometimes the data is provided by someone who knows data really, really well, but might not know the systems that the data is taking place in. So how can we bridge that gap so that the data is coming to us, but it's what does it mean? And I think you just said that, so maybe I'm just repeating what you're saying here. And I think too with the MIS03, there's some things too that we could definitely do to clean up some of that data, cross retention and that type of thing.
Well, I still think we're missing some data as far as why are teachers leaving. If there's a state mandated exit survey that is 5 questions And if we get as many teachers to fill it out on their way out the door as possible, now we have better data that we can go, this is a big problem of teachers in this area leaving for this reason. That data, I don't think we have right now. And if we do, it's probably just exists in certain pockets. So that could be something.
And we need to know if they're going someplace, are they leaving the profession or are they going to another district?
Correct.
Because so often we have coming and going out, but I think it's important to know both.
And for the record, an administrator said they wanted a state mandated report, not DPI.
Let the record show. I would ask though, in the notes, if we can avoid saying add additional questions to the MISO3 form and rather collect data related to teacher exit. Not sure what that would be, but
Can I expand on, I mean, and again, I want other people, you know, I mean, Abby, you're in the classroom, Ashley, you know, you're with teachers every day. I guess part of what I have heard over the meeting so far is we're not capturing the feelings, maybe that's not the right word. The building climate culture support from the people working every single day with our kids. And so, yes, while it probably would have to be mandated, so you have a standardized measure across every district that's done at the same time every single year. I think that's, to me, that's the only, not just an exit survey, because I think that that's a separate tool, but I think something that tells us how our people are doing in relation to a standardized survey.
A collaborative working group of data folks and people from the field continually working together to create this infrastructure that gives us more information and it more solidifies our decision making and just gives us more resources.
I do think, Maria, kind of what you're talking about is that school culture and climate survey, like a mandated one. And I don't know that it's under this total compensation one. I think it's over there on teacher retention. So do you want to wait and talk about it then?
I think that's perfect. Yep. So we have expand or enhance data infrastructure to bring in more experts to increase transparency behind data meaning. And I think, Aaron, to your point, in ensuring that it's not just data being crammed down our throats. One of the approaches the K-12 Coordination Council went was a data dashboard for the statewide strategic vision and the goals that are represented. And kind of as we developed that, we recognized that people had to tell the story. The dashboard would exist and people could access it, but it was up to us to spread the message. And so maybe we want to think about how we word that in this, that it's not the data infrastructure that tells the story. It just provides the picture. Okay. There's one more up there. And there's a lot of greens on it. That's enough. Okay. So childcare, offering childcare. That's the big bucket. How might we word this in a way that would be a potential recommendation? You know, Rob and I were just talking before break. There are many schools that offer some kind of childcare and they're not like losing money in quotes. You know, they're not using their general budget and nobody's paying anything for it. It's not free childcare. Rather, it's available. So are we thinking in order to increase the availability of childcare for our teachers, that it would be a recommendation to invest in this? Or are we thinking we need free childcare for teachers or lower cost?
Oh, I've been a big advocate down this road and I'm discussing availability, you know, support the districts that want to do it, not to take over the costs. You know, I don't believe that that's the direction that we want to go, or it's certainly not the direction that I want to go. But I want to eliminate the barriers that exist for those districts that want to do it. You know, how can we utilize our students in that are in cooperative work experiences? to work towards the ratios for childcare. We're eliminating that profit margin piece and providing that savings to staff. So we're not providing it at no cost. We're providing it at a reduced cost because we're not trying to make a profit.
I think you could probably add to Katie, like just like a collaboration between HHS, TTE. I mean, I know SEEK is doing a lot with the childcare, but maybe it's REAs too, but to like, I think to develop potentially like a model or some sort of structure to what Dr. Luck was talking about with earlier exposure for, high school students to get into early childhood.
And I think teacher prep programs could partner with that as well, right? We could have teacher candidates or reservice teachers helping to staff those childcare centers as well.
This one makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, when I think about childcare licensing, there's a lot that goes into that. And maybe one of the things I'm hearing, Rob, I'm going to simplify it. But if schools are entrusted with kids once they turn 5 to teach them and take care of them for 8 hours, is there a level of barrier busting that can be provided for kids that are younger?
That's absolutely true. Probably the only area that is regulated more heavily than public education is childcare. And how can we eliminate some of those barriers so districts will consider that those programs? That's probably the bigger issue, is all the different regulations that need to be considered when you're taking that on.
Okay, so we'll be returning to this one as well, just like all the other ones. Kristen, I'm actually going to ask that we skip teacher licensure, not because it's less important, but there are less green dots on that page than anywhere else.
After teacher extension, mandated statewide culture climate. Including organizational culture data and accountability systems.
So this is about climate, culture, and teacher perception, teacher satisfaction. Jim.
I don't know how to phrase it, but I would like it to be added to our school accountability model, if we can do that through our ESSA plan without changing it too drastically. I think one of the great things that the school engagement survey did was it gave our students a voice in their school experience. And now I think a lot of what I hear about teacher job satisfaction comes from that. They don't have a voice, and I think a lot of the issues that they discuss, a lot of them are issues with poor administration. And I think you put the ball back in the administrator's court when you have to answer for why only 25% of your teachers are satisfied in your school. So it scares me a little bit, but I don't know. I'd probably let the teachers speak on how they'd feel about that.
While the teachers are forming their opinion, Joe, would you be able to message Jim Upgren? Because the ESSA committee did look into culture and climate. We might be able to just find out if there's any serious barriers, if it's a DPI thing or if it's a legislative thing or just an ESSA thing.
So we, in Harvey, we have a leadership team composed of myself and 3 other teachers, and we were tasked with going around and getting the feel of what our teachers are feeling about our administration. And our principal set this mandate out, and it was really interesting. Honestly, it was, there were things that teachers wrote down that needed to be improved, but there was also things that she was doing well that we brought about. And so we were able to sit down with her and have a conversation, and we were able to change the narrative a little bit on, it wasn't like a witch hunt, if that makes sense. It was more of, this was going to take to make our our school better, not only for yourself, but for all of us. So we've kind of started that now.
I was talking after this morning session, just thinking about there is something really important about seeing the numbers, hearing the business, talking finances. And I think it was Aaron who mentioned just a second ago that we have to tell our story too. And I think that what a lot of teachers are saying, at least what I've been hearing, various different stories, positive and negative. But we don't have any clear-cut data that tells us exactly what it is, whether it's from exiting teachers or current teachers. And I think it would give us, I mean, yes, the transparency, but also the ability to look into what is the perception of these problems. And a lot of times it's just like a lack of knowledge or awareness for a lot of teachers, to understand like there are programs in place. This is how we can help you. And then on the same or the opposite side of that, if it isn't a knowledge thing, it's a true problem, then teams like ours can address them. We can't solve everything. We can't necessarily, put all these bills into place to fix one person's perception, but we can work to write our story. And if there are those issues, we can address them as they come. But I think right now we just hear a lot of, I think the media is sharing a lot of our story. Parents are sharing stories, and it just depends on where they're coming from. Students are sharing our stories, but what are we doing as teachers to share our own? And kind of, someone wrote it somewhere, but talking about the good things too. So I think that a culture climate survey could be very beneficial, both to show us where things are maybe going wrong, but also celebrating what is going right.
I could just add, piggyback on that. Since I've been on this task force, I've gotten tons of emails from teachers all telling me this is what we need. And I can tell you almost every one of them is different. Like every teacher is saying, I need help in my classroom. My kids are not respectful anymore. And yeah, we need more money. We need but there's not one teacher saying, there's not like a teacher group saying, this is going to fix everything. Like there's not that. And I think some kind of survey, or like we're talking, to let teachers speak about why they're leaving, and we compile and work on the biggest issues, because you're not going to fix everything.
Senator Rummel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I probably goes back to data, but the DPI issues a summary of facts, and I don't know if it's a huge printout of stuff that I watch fairly closely because of my other responsibilities. And the question I have is to get some data again that will help us. It would be really nice because we know exactly how many teachers are in every school district. We know everything about every school district here in the summary of facts. I would like to know turnover rate. From that turnover rate, I would like to know how many retired or how many left and went to another job. And since we're capturing all of this already, at least we can compare the 173 school districts and say, wow, what's the highest turnover rate here? And why are they having a 20% turnover rate versus this school district, which has 2% turnover rate? I think data would just help us to start what you're talking about. And again, the DPI is already collecting almost everything that you need. That's very close. We just need to know how many exits you had and why they exited. And so there's a couple pieces of information that could really, it would help me out. I don't know if it would help you out.
So I wonder if that information, if you can add it to the previous, the data discussion, okay, perfect. Yep, that's awesome.
We're doing a survey.
Oh. Awesome.
Luke, can I make a comment?
Yeah, Rob.
Kind of to Senator Rummel's point, I think we first really need to explore the data that we already have. Asking schools for another mandate, for another survey, for another collection of data that we could probably already glean from. I think we want to make sure that we already I don't want to say that we're pinpointing specifically what we're looking for, that it isn't already something that we collect. Because we do enough surveys and state reports and requirements already. And I can't believe that most of this isn't already collected in some fashion. And so I think first looking at what we have before we start mandating additional surveys that just take people's time.
Yeah, Patty.
I agree with what Rob was just saying. One of the things that we do in our districts is a little bit different. We actually have a behavioral health team, and we are surveying not only our students, but our staff 3 times a year. So we're doing that without a mandate because we know that this is probably the #1 reason that we have teachers leave. The data I don't have from our district, though, is when teachers leave, I don't know if they're going to another district and why, or if they're leaving the profession, which is more of what I was interested to see. Are they leaving the profession because it wasn't their calling, or is it because of money? But as far as the behavioral, you can do that within your district without having it being mandated pretty easily. And it's pretty valuable for us. I love the student data, but I think our staff health and up to our administration is so important.
Maria?
So then I'm going to ask the question, then where's the data? And where's the data and how do we get that? Because I will tell you, Dr. Shockley will tell you that there's not consistency. And so you cannot pull any reasonable analysis from it. And that's the struggle, right? So each school district is probably doing their own little thing, or each building. But when you don't have a consistent, it's hard for us to tell the whole picture. And then legislators in our office is stuck in the situation of, well, that's not my district. Well, that's not how we do it. And it's this back and forth. So talk me through that maybe a little bit.
Oh, and I don't disagree with that. I just don't want us to default to let's just do another survey. I want us to be really purposeful about exactly what piece of data we want to collect and that it doesn't exist somewhere else. Rather than, I think we do sometimes default to, oh, let's just do this survey. That's why we have DPI reports that are duplicative in, how many times do I put salary down in a different report, or how many FTE we have in different areas, and that it can't cross-reference. I mean, it blows my mind that how duplicative we are in the reporting. That's my only point, is that I want to make sure that we're specific on the data that we need to tell the story, and that it doesn't exist in an existing report. I'm not opposed at all to collecting data. I don't think you would see school districts opposed to that if they see it leading to some kind of solution, if they see it as a valuable process. But other than that, it's just going to be one more thing that everybody has to do. And that's what that's the kind of result you're going to get from it, is just one more thing that everybody has to do.
And I think too, just to add on to that, so with the MISO3, I think sometimes it is that one more thing, and that's why the data can get pretty messy with it. So we're trying to pull retention data from there, and we can take teacher licensure number and try to follow them that way. But to get the information that Patty's asking about, like, why did they leave? We don't know. And maybe they left, but they're still teaching in Minnesota. So are they a leaver, or are they a stayer in the profession? How do we, there's a lot of things to think about.
So, and how would you get people to complete that exit survey too? I mean, we do exit surveys. I'm sure a lot of districts do exit surveys, and we're at about 28-30%. That's how many we get to complete those exit surveys. So, what would our strategy be to get that data?
And that's my question here, and building off of what Abby was talking about, writing our own story, teachers telling the story rather than everyone else telling the story for them. Is it more than just why they're exiting the profession? Is it also why they're staying in the profession? Which means then we don't need just exit information. We need perception information. Does that go around the room? We don't have the specifics, Rob, I think that you're looking for that says, are we sure we're not collecting that already? But recognize that Cognia has a climate and culture survey. There was one that was passed in this last legislative session that opened that up. Some districts have created their own, recognizing there's a lot of tools out there. But Rob, to your point, what are the metrics we're missing to know why are people staying in this profession and why are they leaving?
Also help in recruiting that if you put up on every billboard why you want to be a teacher or all the good things that districts do. I mean, I saw when we were in, I think it was Salt Lake City, they put on there how many meals that they serve children or how many miles they put on the bus or how many teachers there, how many people are employed in the district. Why do you want to come work for us? And I think that's what we miss is that those are great stories, but why is education a great career to be in? And there's so many opportunities from beginning level all the way up. So
Yeah, Brett.
If I can, a few years ago, I had went around after I was teacher of the year and I had started getting people's stories about why are you staying in education? And I had made a lot of friends across the nation. And then of course, I also want to get North Dakota people, teachers. So I started asking them and I put together a video. And so when I was out speaking, then I would show this, like, this is why you've all chosen this profession. Like, this is why you knew what we all knew what we were getting into when we first stepped into this role. And there was a really good positive feedback to me after I would show these videos, like, hey, that was what I need to hear today. And I agree that we need to find out why people are leaving, but I think it would be just as helpful to know why people are staying. You know, we've got teachers that have made 40, 45 years. What kept you going for that long? I loved hearing those stories. I think that's what fills our cup.
I think that's like a whole separate topic, right? Like we need a sticky note somewhere that's just telling the story, promoting the profession, changing the narrative. Yeah. Because I think there's a lot to that, right? Yeah, but I think there's just so much there. Like a quick example, I get tons of job openings, right? These districts from all across the nation send us job opportunities. Hey, you know, let your student teachers know they can apply in our district. I just got one today and it's not even like a flyer, it's a video about all of the teachers in that district sharing why others should come teach in that district too. So I think there's a lot we could do with that. Yeah.
There you go. Maybe we just make sure our universities can't accept any of those emails anymore. Maybe that fixes it. I think one thing I really appreciate about this and hopefully others so far, we haven't talked about teacher voice all that much. And if you look through the two teacher feedback surveys, there's like the major number one theme is involve us in the decision making, listen to us, take our advice. We know what we're talking about. So this one stands pretty important for me. And since I'm the moderator, I get to decide what the last thing that's said on the topic is. Kristen, I think we're ready for the next big bucket.
It kind of breaks down into a couple first 4 years really focusing also providing money and support for roles like instruction.
So when we consider this, knowing that it's teachers, administrators, including principals and superintendents, do we want this to read something along the lines that mentorship is provided for all teachers, principals, and superintendents for the first 2 years, 3 years? Is it of their employment or upon entering a new school? I think if you asked Erin directly, she'd say we got to at least get 2 years for teachers.
Right. I think if we could get, I mean, because I think this next session, we're going to be trying to hang on to our 2 years. And I saw in the last session, we had some work that wanted to move it to 4 years. And I think it confused the legislative process a little bit by trying to do, they're like, what do you want 4 for? We were gonna give you 2. And so it was just a little bit confusing. I think if we can focus on those first 2 years and make it a little more broad. So, and it's not just your first 2 years in this profession, but maybe it's your first 2 years and you've switched from secondary to primary, or you're, moving from math teacher to superintendent. I think some of those big jumps too really warrant a mentor and make sure that you're going to continue to be successful in your endeavors.
So a lot of my job is supporting teachers, and I spend a lot of time talking to Erin. If I get my doctorate, I hope to write it on the evolution of a first year teacher. And this is just my hypothesis. I think year 1, we definitely know is survival. And in year 2, I generally see teachers start to pace themselves. And I always tell teachers, year 3 is when the fun begins. That's when they have a craft. And quite honestly, year 3 is when I think I could do the most work with them. In our district, we have a professional learning plan, so they can choose to work with me, and often do because I've established that relationship, but not everyone does, and that's okay. But I think that year 3 actually could be kind of the magical year. So, I would be so sad if year 2 was no longer offered, because they still need that support. I actually have a second year teacher who said this year was harder for me than my first. And sometimes, that goes back to our conversation we were having. It depends on the mix of kids and whatever, but for him, that's how it was. That said, you had mentioned as well that there was something about instructional coaches. I know that sometimes people feel like we pull educators out when we have people entering leadership roles like that. But I do think done well in the right way, utilizing a coach, it can really be a support. But I think that needs to be a part of administration mentorship in order to have coaches do that and facilitate in the right way.
I would say too, just like a menu of what mentorship can mean. So if the districts, we see it all over, North Dakota, lots of different ways. And I think that that's important and good. They define their year 1 supports a little bit differently than 100 miles down the road. But if we could define, like, here's what year 1 really needs, here's what year 2 could really benefit from, here's what year 3 could benefit from. I think of year 3 as that gradual release towards somebody more consistent, like an instructional coach, where the years 1 and 2 is more intensive, that one-on-one, building that trusting relationship, and not going through maybe coaching cycles necessarily until that year 3 and you're really beginning to embrace your craft.
I bet, Erin, though, year 3 and 4, if you can still show that those teachers are still there from year 1 and 2, that when you go back to the legislature, say they're still here instead of losing all of them, would be beneficial.
And please just don't forget, what's referenced up there is teachers, school and district leaders, and just don't forget the principals and the superintendents. And probably historically, there's never been a collection of professionals, education professionals with principals and superintendents that are least experienced. They need that 2 years of support. So, when we make this recommendation, please don't forget that the impact that mentoring is going to need to have on our principals and our superintendents.
Is there any requirement for mentorship in the first or second year right now for teachers?
Only if they, depending on their license. So if they are going through American Board, or if they are a permit, then they have to be in the mentoring program. They have to show that evidence in the state mentoring program. Otherwise, the decision is kind of all over the board. Sometimes superintendents will say, yes, our whole district will. Sometimes they leave it up to building administrators. Yeah, kind of all over the board. But I think that that's been good too. I think a mandate for mentoring could kind of not do what we want it to do.
Yeah, and the only reason I bring it up, because as an administrator, if you told me I had to do mentoring on top of it, I don't know that I would. Even if you said it was an option, I don't have time for that. I'm digging through trying to figure out how to fill out an MISO3 right now. You know, so I don't know how, I mean, obviously a mandate's probably gonna be a stretch, but I also don't know what your participation rate in the mentoring for administration is gonna be, you know? Because I think your
We
first,
don't do, so the teacher support system doesn't do anything with mentoring for administrators.
I don't know that we, does anybody? Do we have NDCEL has some?
does mentoring
Yeah.
for both.
And if you have a provisional principal credential by law, you have to go through a 2-year peer-to-peer mentoring program.
I'd be interested in what our administrator participation rates in that mentoring is. I have to imagine it's pretty low. I'm in
I
year
think it's
5
pretty
now.
good.
Really?
I
very
think
high.
it's really
Oh,
high.
Pretty high. We have about 20 superintendents in the mentoring program right now.
Good.
I can't speak to principals, but I think it's
I get
50
calls.
to 60.
I get calls every day on what mentoring programs are out there. We always recommend NDCL, the law state's formal program, but we have a lot of inquiries, so I would say a lot.
Good. I'm in the minority on that then.
It just really beefed up in the last couple of years, so you missed the window. Okay, so mentorship is provided to all teachers, school and district leaders for at least, we have 2 to 3 years. Are we coming to consensus on 2 years? 3 is awesome.
So Aaron can talk a little bit more about this, but to get a little into the weeds, there's funding that's gonna cut the 2-year program because it's been provided by GEAR funds by Governor Burgum for probably almost around year 3. So there is gonna be a funding cliff there. And that all started because during COVID, right, that first year for those first year teachers was not a normal first year. I mean, it's stressful enough, but then a first year teaching in COVID was just, so that's kind of where the request came from. Anyways, I think 2 years to start would be a great space to get, and I'm looking at Senator Rummel, but to get consistent funding and commitment from the state, especially to Patty's point, they have phenomenal retention data. And so it's working. And so I think, you know, the funding that aligns with, I think just the data that supports all the work is, would be, I guess, my recommendation.
So let's say 2 years. Yep. Okay, we have 2 more in this one. Okay. Okay, so let's just do that as a recommendation, reintroduce tile. We'll wordsmith that later. Okay. Can we include that in tile, which is what that program is intended for teachers to grow into something other than an admin in terms of leadership? Okay, I see head nods. All right, now let's get into 3, 2, 1 sets of greens.
Teacher evaluations, this one, more feedback and transparency, real feedback that apply to growth opportunities, and then meaningful feedback to inform and grow tools rather than that checkbox.
All right, so when I look at that one, I unless we mandate some kind of a supervision requirement where feedback is generated and provided, I don't know how we can get this into a policy or a funding request. It could be introducing options like we did with the kind of options for benefits. But I think that was done pretty heavily in the evaluation rounds of 2016, 17, 18. Maria.
So I might go to Dr. Tandeschi or to Jim or to Dr. Leck, but maybe this is just something that's specific feedback in regards to administrator mentorship or leadership mentorship, in where you go a little bit deeper on effective feedback, having hard conversations, you know, all of those pieces. Maybe it just fits within a nugget there, and then that's where it lives. I don't know.
So I've been thinking about this a little bit too, and I'm not sure how to best do this, but I can tell you what, one of the things that we're working on in our district are what we're calling scoring camps. You know, one of the things that we see are concerns with inter-rater reliability. You know, if a teacher, it shouldn't matter if I go into a classroom and do an observation. If another administrator goes into a classroom and does an observation, a 3 is a 3, right? Developing is developing, applying is applying, innovating is innovating. It should be the same. And one of the things that I do see, especially as administrators turn over, is that becomes harder because when what you see from one administrator may be different. And so scoring camps, the idea behind scoring camps is you are observing almost like learning blocks, but you're observing teaching practices together around your evaluation model. And then you are coming to consistency on, okay, this is a 3, and applying means this. You're following the scales that are given in your in your evaluation system, and then modeling around, okay, well, what does that feedback loop look like? You know, you're doing those things together to build capacity in the administrators. And I think that's where something like this could be enhanced. We have 3 different primary research-based evaluation models that are used in the state. Could we maybe through REAs, you know, I'm glaring at you, Luke, you know, is there maybe an opportunity for REAs to support scoring camps? Here's a Marzano scoring camp. We're going to watch videos of, you know, teaching practices, and we're all going to score them together. And we're going to talk about the feedback that we're going to give together. How can we give actionable feedback that's going to be received in the way it needs to be received, and how they can improve that practice. You know, there's no one of us is as smart as all of us. So usually if you can get people together and say, this is what that practice should look like, maybe that's a way to improve that rather than, you know, a more ambiguous, hey, we should just do better goal. But I think that's the way you do it.
So let's include this one in the mentoring bullet, and we might wordsmith it into a way that kind of outlines what we just discussed. Okay. Our next green.
This is honest discussions and evaluations, teacher ownership of goals, and self-evaluations.
Yeah, Dr. Tandeschi.
So I'm a big supporter of self-evaluations. And the reason why I felt like as a teacher, I saw my administrator one time a year in my classroom, and it was this big stressful evaluation. You sit down, you do your pre, you do your post, and hopefully you do well. And so when I became an administrator, I looked at some of the things that I felt weren't going so well as a teacher. And part of it was doing a self-evaluation so that you could see growth within something that you created for yourself. So within this evaluation, we do self-evaluations each semester. And so there's a goal setting with the teachers as well, and it's incorporated into our yearly evaluations. And I feel that's important to create a buy-in and a relationship that's not just I see you one time a year, or if I'm in trouble, or if I did something wrong. Kind of builds that rapport with each other.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask if you can put the one we just talked about, self-evaluations, and all of the rest of the ones that we're about to talk about into the same bucket. Because we only have 11 minutes left. Less tuition for teachers. Okay, let's head back to teacher licensure. So do we think investigating multiple pathways into education might be something we could write down for this recommendation? Investigating multiple pathways for licensure into education. It means figure out if there's any more that we can do than the 23 that we have. Okay. So we're gonna leave that as a nugget here. What's the one with 2? So student teaching reimbursement, in essence. Let's leave that as a bullet then. And what's the one with 1? So determine the appropriateness of the praxis and timing. Okay. Do we have any singular greens over there or 1 or 2 at compensation? And does that have a bunch of yellows on it? Okay, so that one's gonna get put into a yellow column because it's outnumbered. Teacher training, are there any singular greens? Okay, so we'll add, does that have 3 yellows on it? Okay, so we're gonna add that to the yellow. So now here's what we're gonna do with those kind of singular greens and all of the yellows. Those we're gonna include in the working group. We need more information, we need more understanding, we need to know more about it before we can formalize it into a recommendation. What we do have with the greens that we just finished, we have working draft recommendations. Did the promote promote and market education? I did. Okay, it's in like with the things that we need to expand upon. Okay. All right. So I have 4 more minutes to make sure that we synthesized everything here. Our kind of our next task on this, we did not get a chance to prioritize these today, with the exception of we have our full greens, which are going to be recommendations of some kind. Working groups are going to develop those, wordsmith them, get them to a place of creation so that we have something that we can actually move forward with in our 4th meeting. All of the remainders, which are the yellows or yellow-green combinations, those are pieces that we're going to figure out what we're going to do with. So that's what our working groups are going to focus on. So we kind of have 2 tasks in our working groups: get more information, figure out, is this a recommendation we're going to move forward, and wordsmith recommendations. So before we close out, we're supposed to be done at 3 o'clock, but we're not going to be. I'm going to turn it over to Kristen so we can kind of talk through working groups and what we're going to do.
Great. Thank you for letting me go around the edge and perimeter for y'all. What we're going to do next is you'll get an email that has the dates of the working groups. It'll span throughout the summer. Trying to be mindful of your schedules, and then we'll confirm with Maria for what that looks like. The Hunt Institute will moderate those and facilitate those as well. In advance of those sessions, we will give you this breakdown of where things stand with the green, the yellow. We'll put the red in too, just so you can see. So there's the bigger picture that everyone talked about. So we'll have it broken down into that kind of percentages, and then we'll have it broken down into these slides right here. So we will not touch anything. We're not going to change any words on there. Want to be super clear that this is your voice. And then when we get into the working groups, so they'll each be an hour long. Once we get into the working groups, that will be the time that you will wordsmith those and make sure that you know, every word matters. And so what you want that to look like and what the action step is going to be. I think keeping in mind too of the budget, the policy and the budget policy component. So what can be actionable and get put into the play. I think the other is we will resend you virtually the issue briefs, the key takeaways for everything. So you can reference those before. So recommending that so you can make the most of your hour-long time. Any questions? Yeah, Patty.
Maria, can you distinguish between the 3 buckets so we make sure we're all on the same page?
Yeah, so typically when we're going in, and I'll talk probably more to the governor's cabinet than I will to like electeds, so like DPI, but we work pretty closely with them, so we like Jill. When we work with our cabinet leaders, they will make specific requests regarding, you know, new policies to get added to Century Code, right? Adjustments, revisions, cleanup to Century Code, or things to remove from Century Code. So we'll work with their teams to understand why, how, all of those pieces, right? So that would be more on the policy side is, you know, maybe establishing a new program that will take language in Century Code in order to establish that. Then sometimes certain things just take budget. So for example, if the state or this task force chooses to say, hey, we want to support a recommendation to do full funding for the first 2 years of teacher support system with the mentorship program, that's a budget line item that's within the DPI budget. So that would be really just budget because there doesn't need to be any tweaks to the code that kind of outlines the program. Or you could have something in which like tile has to outline some specifications of what would be required, right, in order to use the tile dollars, the intent of the tile dollars, but it would have an appropriation attached. So that would have the policy and the budget, if that makes sense.
Nothing better than 3 big buckets to try to fit everything into besides prioritize and make sure that there's solutions, but it's possible. Kristen, anything before I?
One last thing, if you need anything at all, Hunt Institute is here. Just shoot me an email. And then last, I have your reimbursement forms in case you have not gotten those. And we would really appreciate if you filled out a survey. At the bottom, it too just has like if there are any additional thoughts that you would include. Speaking of surveys, we have one for you.
Maria, anything from the governor's office?
Yeah, we'll take your reimbursement forms if you haven't filled out. So if you want to just hand those to me, I know I already have Representative Swantek. But I know that Luke is going to reiterate this, but on behalf of Governor Burgum, I just want to thank you. I know many of you travel. I know many of you are taking time away from your families or your day jobs. I know many of you are already stretched and you made time for this. And I think that that shows how important our teachers are, our educators are to the future kind of our state, but really for the well-being of our kids. So first, kind of just want to share some gratitude there. And I also certainly hope that everyone around the table, A, feels that their voice is being heard, and B, feels inspired about the work. I do think that, you know, Governor Burgum recognized that this task force can't solve every problem for education. That's not the intent. We know that's not possible, but I think we're starting to create a buzz around this topic. We're starting to, I think, acknowledge the importance of this topic. And I think that's just part, as Abby said very well, we need to start telling the story. And so again, just we hope that you feel inspired. We hope that you feel like your voice has been heard. And we're looking forward to digging in deeper this summer.
So with that, thanks everyone for contributions today. The bulk of our learning that has been directed is now over. The onus is on us to do the rest of our learning. I encourage and challenge each of us to visit with teachers to hear what they're saying. We're going to be getting survey results, so we will get as full a picture as we can from a survey. But I encourage you, after everything we just did in developing at least the themes for recommendations, to talk with teachers about what they hear, believe, see, perceive to be effective in regards to the framework that we've built so far.
Survey, this teacher survey, when is it going out in the summertime? Okay.
Sometime. Take away the MER, sometime it's going out. Obviously, there's a lot of passion in the room, a lot of dedication. I appreciate everyone's efforts that they've made. And like the governor's office, a deep sense of gratitude, but also for recognizing the humility that folks are bringing to the table, that our ideas might not be the only ideas that will be moved forward, and knowing that collectively we're coming up with very high quality solutions. As was mentioned, to make sure that everyone understands, the Hunt Institute is going to be following up in the next 2 weeks with the key takeaways from this meeting. We will also get the information from our experts from this meeting. We will get communication in regards to the virtual working groups. Make sure those we're not assigned to a working group. We'll all attend any and as many as we can. If you have any questions about reimbursement for lunch, you can talk with Amber right over here at the staff table. But that's not Amber. Talk to Kristen. Talk to Maria or Amber. Talk to someone. Any questions, reach out to Kristen, Kathleen, Maria. They'll get you the right answer. Again, thank you so much for attending, for thinking, for speaking. We had disagreement today. We had agreement. These are both necessary in order for us to do the work. So I appreciate your willingness to be vocal, to be vulnerable, but most of all for your dedication, and a pre-forward thank you for talking with teachers to see what they think, feel, believe, perceive to be effective from what we just developed in our framework so far. So we'll see you at the working groups, but more importantly, we'll see you when we draft these recommendations, or rather approve these recommendations, because they'll probably already be drafted after the working recommendation sessions. So thanks everyone. Turn in your reimbursement sheets, fill out your survey, get the green sheet done. So Hunt Institute knows how well or poorly they did, depending on which one. All right, thanks everyone.